Hey guys, what's up? It's good to see you. Hope everybody's doing well. Um, so sorry for my lighting is actually kind of okay for the moment. I've rigged something here because my ring light took a shit the other day and yesterday or the day before, I don't know. Um, And so I got some makeshift thing here that is gonna have to do for now until my ring light comes tomorrow, which I think is supposed to be here tomorrow, but probably not on time to stream the trial. So sorry about that. Um, it's good to see you guys. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate you guys being here. It means a lot to me. So uh today is week 2, the beginning of week 2 of trial 2 in the Karen Reed case. And um so there's going to be ARCA that is going to be determined whether or not they can testify or not. I am going to get I'm already pretty annoyed at the whole situation as it is. If you can't really tell, this is actually a really uh serious situation right now because I'm genuinely worried because ARCA is um what I think now I'm sure they have a contingency plan, but uh ARCA testifying is so important for the jury. ARCA is going to be what will determine for the jury whether or not Karen actually hit John O'Keefe with her vehicle, and we know, thanks to the ARCA guys, that she did not. And so we need these guys' testimony. We need the jury to hear this testimony from these experts. And if they don't, I just don't like the chances of a plan B versus a plan A, if that makes any sense. Uh, so let me go ahead and pull this up. Should be coming up soon. And I guess I'll just do law and crime. Um, And then I don't know if they're going to bring up the situation with the Planet Rock at 34 Fairview when the jury went to go see. I'm curious about that myself. Um, but good morning, Jerry. Yeah, I'm really curious about that myself. Um, I hear sound. I heard Brennan's voice for a quick second because I cringed. That's how I know it was him. But yeah, so hopefully this Judge Beverly Canoni, will allow these ARCA experts to testify and not uh use this lame excuse of lack of discovery, considering that the prosecution has failed to meet discovery obligations for the last 3 years. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Plevin is upset because he was only offered 2 cookies and a pack of baseball cards. Yeah, and then you have that whole shit, which I'm gonna go over probably during the break. There's even more developments in the whole Sofagate situation. For those of you who don't know, a confidential informant has come forward and filed an affidavit stating that Krusty Patty's Kate Peter allegedly is under the payroll of the Commonwealth to try to railroad Karen Reed as well as Turtle Boy, especially Turtle Boy, Aiden Carney. And so apparently or allegedly she's under employee of the Commonwealth through Cash App $1,500 a month to do this dirty shit. And on top of that, received a sofa from Jen McCabe. Allegedly. Now, the there's been a new development that there's new text messages now. Yesterday we learned that Carrie Roberts was texting with Kate Peter the very day of her testimony, and they even deliberately parked this witness who's so intimidated by Turtle Boy, deliberately parked next to his car, knowing it was his car. And so the only reason that I could imagine that being is so that they could try to say that Turtle Boy parked next to her when there's proof that, I mean, leave it to Turtle Boy to bring receipts. He sure is, he sure as hell took video and showed that Kate Peter directed Carrie Roberts to deliberately park next to Turtle Boy's car. I would again, I only assume in hopes to try to violate his bail and try to say that he was harassing Carrie Roberts or trying to intimidate her by parking next to her, when in fact it was Carrie Roberts that parked next to him. Yeah, it's that crazy, and it just continues to get crazier. And now more text messages have come to light, and I'll go over those a little bit later once we're on a break. And then Sue O'Connell with her bullshit still. Yeah, I mean, here, this is Turtle Boy just posted this. Liz gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I mean, I gotta be honest, man. Like, this is just ugly, ugly shit, you know? Like, this poor lady. Um, she's a confidential informant. Krusty Panties doxes her, and now people are just leaving shit on her door to harass her. Um, you know, ever since I started on YouTube, man, and I've already accepted this stuff happening to me, and Cherry can attest to this better than anybody, because she's been with me for the longest, and you know, the most disheartening shit is the way people treat each other. Like, and some people might say, well, look at how you talk to people, Blair. Oh, well, yeah, but at least I'm doing that to your face, and you know who's insulting you. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't do this cowardly shit and I don't fucking condone it and I don't fucking abide by it. You know? Like why can't you just have an argument against somebody or a good insult? Well, what happened to those days where people just, you know, appreciated something like fair play and then, you know, but you go and you try to fuck with someone's life and fuck with their livelihood. Like, look at where this is gone, man. Look at this is where this constantly goes. Like every fucking case that I follow, this shit happens. This isn't new. Like the circumstances in this case are new. That's shit that I've never seen before, but the way that the public is acting, it's nothing new. And I got to be honest with you, it's really fucking disheartening, dude. Like it really it gets me to a point that I don't even want to talk about. Like it gets my head in a place that I don't even want to touch out loud. Um and it never stops getting to me. And yet I continue to do this shit to myself. You know? I continue to like as if I'm going to make some kind of fucking difference. Like I'm, you know, I'm not fucking arrogant to where I think if I keep fucking doing this shit and I keep fucking covering these cases and you know, maybe I can set an example for people to not fucking treat each other that way. Like you could still be a dick if you feel the need to be a dick. I do, you know, but at least I do it with at least a minimal amount of fucking testicular fortitude where I will tell you directly how I think of you, what I think of you, and you'll know it's me doing it. And it's not so much that people do bad shit to each other. I'm a realist. I understand that the world sucks and that we, you know, we're gonna do bad shit to each other. It happens. I get it. You know, I even acknowledge the fact that there are good people who do bad things sometimes. I acknowledge that reality as well. But when you see an overwhelming amount of cowardice, that's what really breaks my heart. That's what breaks my heart is when I see an overwhelming amount of cowardice. Just one person after the other, like doing some cowardly, underhanded, nut checking shit. And you know, seeing people with that are in this for just I mean, and that's another thing, man. I get fucking annoyed. Like, you know, like I've done well with this channel. I've done well with it, and I'm very grateful for that. You know, but like, there's something fucking wrong with me because I end up feeling kind of guilty about it, and then I end up being like, all right, well, I'm just gonna go to fucking Boston. You know, like I'm just gonna go do that, and then it's like it's not enough. You know, and I don't know, man. It just becomes disheartening when you start to see like a case grow and then you start to see the behavior and it's maybe I'm just being a bitch, you know. I don't know.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the County of Norfolk. Join near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all, 4 actually, I guess. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were last here on Friday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left on Friday? And were you all careful? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Were you all careful with your social media this weekend?
Yes.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Brennan.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Commonwealth will call Ian Whiffen.
Okay.
Oh, this fucking guy. So they're going right for the 2:27 a.m. shit. If I had to guess, he's going to call Ian Whiffen, another expert, and then Jennifer McCabe. Like, he's trying to build a foundation right now with the jury, which is everything. Like, understand that. I have, following these trials, understanding this one thing has made understanding trials a lot easier. Amelia Food, thank you so much. Welcome to Logic. Appreciate you. Amelia Food. You win handle of the day. That was very clever. Yeah, understanding that trial attorneys, what they're doing, literally everything that they do is under the it's built around the idea of how is the jury going to interpret it. Once I realized that, then it, like, understanding what lawyers are doing in trials makes things way easier. And it's just that simple. Like, everything that they're doing is depending, like, how is the jury? You look at a decision that one of them make and then go, I don't understand what they're doing, and then think, how is the jury going to interpret that? And why would they want the jury to interpret it this way or that way? So right now, what I'm guessing here is I'm seeing Hank Brennan's pattern. I think Hank Brennan is right now building a foundation to shut down the 2:27 a.m. search. Again, he's playing defense for the McAlberts. Right now, he's doing just what Lally did in the last trial. He's not prosecuting Karen Reed right now. He's playing defense for the McAlberts. He's defending the McAlberts. So he's bringing up Ian Whiffen to shut down the 2:27 a.m. search and try to say that, and he's going to give a whole bunch of smoke and mirrors and song and dance talking about how there was this wall file and this wall, blah, blah, blah. And this is why it showed up at 2:27 a.m. instead of at 6:34 when she searched it, blah, 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 whatever time it was in the morning that she claimed she did. It's
Ian Whiffen.
ridiculous. Oh, the Roccos are in the courtroom.
Please face our clerk and raise your right hand. You swear to affirm that the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case down here should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I did.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Slimy motherfucker.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you kindly introduce yourself to the jury?
Okay. Why is he so
Yes, my name-
fucking uppity?
Yes, my name is Ian Whiffen. I'm a digital forensics
What was
examiner
that?
and decoding product manager for Cellibrite.
You just mentioned Cellibrite. Is that where you work?
Like they've
It
been
is,
kicking
yes.
it all morning.
And you're a forensic
Morning,
examiner.
sir.
I am.
Can you tell us a little bit about Cellibrite, where you work?
Yes, Cellibrite provides digital forensic solutions to customers globally for access and decoding of digital artifacts from devices.
Where would you find a digital system? Is that resigned to a phone, or is it all systems?
Typically, Cellibrite focuses on phones or iPads, but we do have some additional devices that we can also interrogate: computers, vehicles, things like that.
So simply, what is Cellibrite?
Cellibrite is a digital intelligence company.
Do they use a certain type of software? Do they brand a certain type of software?
Yeah, we create our own software to access devices and to decode the data that we pull from devices.
So essentially, does that software help you look into the data on a phone and analyze it?
It does, yes.
What is the role of a digital forensic analyst?
Typically, the analyst would take the data that's been extracted from a device such as a cell phone, process that in software such as a physical analyzer that Cellibrite create, and use that information to filter, to search, and to create a report for the investigator that would allow them to see what happened on the device at the time being investigated.
How long have you been involved in analyzing data, sir?
I started my career in digital forensics in 2013.
Can you take us back to the beginning of your career and tell us a little bit about how you became involved in learning about analyzing data?
Certainly. I spent 5 years as a frontline police officer in the UK during the 2000s.
Like
In
that
2009, immigrated to Canada and continued policing frontline officer in Calgary before joining the
Okay.
digital
So
forensics
you're a
team
cop in the UK
in
and Canada.
2013.
Ooh.
Pursued several qualifications related to digital
Can't
forensics
believe you're
and
still
just
with us.
continued in that role until 2019, 2020, when I left the police agency and began working for Cellibrite.
While you were working at the police agency and began your career analyzing data, were there special classes that you took?
There were. In order to be a forensics examiner in Canada, you have to take a 3-week foundational course in Ottawa, basically covering the basics of digital forensics. And then from there, other courses are available that would focus on things like cell phones, would focus on how to get data from different types of devices.
Somebody got into my
And then
tackle
there's
box
industry
there.
qualifications that can be sought as
You
well,
got into my
where you can
tackle box,
focus
eh?
on particular types of device or particular
Can
types
you
of data.
catch the guy that got into my
Does
tackle
software
box?
in this field continually
Hey.
change?
It does. Every time an update is released to an application or to an operating system, there's the opportunity for the foundation of that software to change. And from a forensics point of view, you have to re-understand what has changed, make sure you understand what is now happening on that device, and provide that information to the users.
As you've progressed through the field, do you continue to take classes?
I've not taken a class now since I actually joined Cellibrite and did the basic foundational courses that Cellibrite offer. But prior to that, I was doing courses across the industry.
Fuck this
Do you
guy.
teach courses?
I do teach webinars. I don't teach any actual courses, although some of my research and some of my tools are taught to examiners in many of the industry standard qualifications which users seek.
Do you ever write papers about the subject that are published?
I do. So I have a blog where I
Yes, a
publish my
blog.
research. Sometimes some of those become papers which get peer reviewed and distributed in more academic channels.
So when one of your papers is peer reviewed, can you tell us what that means?
Yeah, essentially, other forensics examiners would read over the paper that I've written, do their own testing, compare their testing and research to what I've conducted, and make sure that what I've said is consistent with their findings. And presuming that what they find is the same as what I found, then
Nobody
they would
gives a fuck,
agree
dude.
that it's a valid document and it gets shared.
Take us now to Cellibrite. When you began working at Cellibrite, what did you do?
When I started there, I was considered the senior digital intelligence analyst.
Ooh.
My role was to help the developers of the software understand the role of a digital forensics examiner what an examiner needs from the tool, what an examiner wants to do with the tool, and how they want to use it. And then since then, I've progressed to the decoding product manager,
He's progressed.
where I can
I progressed.
manage the backlog of software applications that we support, decide how we should support those applications, and how that information should look to the users.
Do you do research?
I do still do research, yes. It's not my primary function within Cellibrite, but it's something that I've continued to do throughout my career.
Oh my God, bro.
Have you ever done any programming?
Yes, again, I'm not an official programmer with Cellibrite, but I do program as well. And I have several tools which I've written myself for the last few years, since around 2015.
I wonder if anybody on the jury is
tools that
impressed
I
by this
wrote,
limey
to
bullshit.
do the things that the vendor tools didn't do, and to offer examiners things that the vendor tools didn't offer. And I continue to maintain those tools as a learning opportunity for myself, and also because other examiners can make use of these same features.
Mr. Whiffen, have you ever testified in courts regarding forensic examination of data?
I have, yes.
And can you share a little bit about that?
I've been qualified as an expert in Canada, Australia, the UK, in total around 20 times.
I want you to take us now to the Cellibrite software. We talked a little bit about it. I don't want to go into too much detail, but can you help us explain how software works like Cellibrite software? Yes,
so fundamentally, when we've got data from a device, it's a series of files, a series of databases, property lists, all manner of different structured data. The software that we create knows where these files exist, knows how to read these files and what the data inside them means, and provides a clear view for the user to view that data. As an example,
Ooh, look at this.
If you were to look at the SMS database on a device, all you would see is a long list of messages that don't really have an easy way to interpret or to read them. Our software takes that information, converts it into a conversational view, so that as a user, you can read the data, you can see who sent what message, what time it was sent. We can do decoding and decryption of various different types of security to give the user as much information as possible. Is there other software available in addition to Cellibrite?
Yeah.
There's multiple vendor supplied tools and multiple tools available
Which Richard Green will
by
go
users
over
in the community, like myself.
Does a forensic examiner, should they rely simply on the software program, or is there more to do other than the program itself?
The software program is great at finding the data and displaying the data. But I always maintain it's the role of the examiner to actually understand what that data means and provide context and validation for what that data means, making sure that the end user of the report, whether that's the investigator, a judge, or a jury, can understand what that data actually means rather than just taking it at face value from the software.
Does the software create a report that you can look at that manages or arranges some of the data that you can see?
It does. It just creates a list of all of the results that the examiner wants to include in the report.
So the software can produce a report, but the examiner goes beyond the report? And
Yeah,
looks at the data
fun
itself?
fact.
The examiner
According to
should,
Richard Green's
go beyond
affidavit,
what the
his
program
own
provides.
app indicated or
Let's turn
determined
now
that
to
Jennifer
your
McCabe made
involvement
the
in this
search at
case.
2:27 a.m. and deleted it.
Can you share with us when you first became aware of
His own
the
software.
data in this case and how that came about?
Yes, it was actually one of the public relations managers at Cellibrite who reached out to me or to my team because he'd heard about this case and about the confusion regarding a timestamp and requested if we could look into it and find out what the confusion was and how we could respond to it. At that point, I contacted the investigators to get more details.
Did you learn that a consumer had called about a question relative to a report produced by the software?
Yes, there was both the troopers who had requested information about this particular artifact and also a private forensics examiner, Richard Green.
And when Richard Green reached out to your company, what specifically was the question or issue?
He reached out to the tech support team, asking basically, there's a timestamp that doesn't make sense. I need to understand what this timestamp means.
What is a timestamp?
Essentially, it is the time which is attributed to an artifact. So it should intentionally be when something happened on that device, we would show a timestamp associated to it.
Can you tell us what an artifact is?
An artifact would be any piece of data that we pull from that device. So it could be a text message, it could be a location point, it could be a photograph.
So if I had photographs on my phone, would each photograph be considered an artifact?
It would, yes.
Would the date and time I took the photograph be considered an artifact?
I'd consider that a property of the artifact.
And if I had a phone call or a text message, those would be considered artifacts?
Yes.
When I look at my phone and I see a call log or a name, does that tell me all the information about that call?
When you look on the phone itself?
Yes.
No, there's usually a lot more information in the background of the phone that's available to the forensics examiner, which the user wouldn't necessarily see on the device.
And so when you're looking at an artifact, a phone call, a text message, whatever it may be, and you see it on a report, if you want to know more detail, where it came from, when it was developed, when it started, is that what a forensic examiner would do, to look into the data to try to identify that other information?
Yes, you can see what other information is available.
Just for the record, I love all my limeys, by the way.
You can validate the information that's there and make sure that the timestamps are being interpreted correctly and that they mean what you think they mean.
You told us you got a call from a consumer or a forensic examiner, Richard Green, about a timestamp. What type of timestamp? For what type of artifact was this timestamp?
It was related to an internet query.
And so there was an internet query on a phone that had a timestamp, and this gentleman, Mr. Green, had a question about it.
He did. He wanted to know how accurate the timestamp was in relation to when the internet query was made.
Here we go.
Did you look into the question, the query that was made?
In response to Richard Green at that time, I didn't. I wasn't aware that Richard Green had made this request until several months later. But it was an almost identical question that had been asked by the troopers here. And that's the question that I was able to look into and to answer.
Already can you share with us what was the issue? What was the question that you were actually looking into?
Already.
The question was related to a timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m. And an internet query that appeared to have occurred at that time. There was no other information on the device that suggested that that internet query had occurred at that time. So we wanted to know how relevant is that timestamp to when the query happened. So I was able to take test devices, recreate test data to find out exactly what this timestamp meant, and discovered that it was actually the timestamp that the tab within the browser was brought into focus and had no relevance to when the actual web query had been made.
So after you looked into the issue and came to a determination or opinion, did you reach back out to Mr. Green?
Eventually, yes, I did. After I provided information to the troopers, I wrote a blog that covered this information because there was another examiner in Europe who had a very similar question, and I realized that this is a relatively common point of confusion. And then eventually I reached out to Richard
gaslighting?
Green,
It's a common point of confusion.
Clear up any confusion, but never received a response.
So to summarize, there was an inquiry about a phone that made a Google or a internet search, and the question is, what time was that search made?
Correct.
And
wait till
relative
crossed.
to that inquiry, there was a
They're going to destroy this guy.
on some of the data that said 2:27 a.m.
Correct.
Sustained.
There it comes.
So at some point, did you have an opportunity to forensically examine a telephone that was attributed to a person by the name of Jennifer McCabe?
I did have the opportunity to look at the data that was extracted from that device. I never saw the device itself.
And putting that aside for a second, secondly, were you asked to look at any other phone to examine data in this case, aside from the phone attributed to Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, I was also sent the extraction of data from John O'Keefe's phone.
Did you look through the data and analyze some of the data in John O'Keefe's phone?
I did, yes.
So I want to walk through both your analysis of Jennifer McCabe's phone, but also of John O'Keefe's phone. So if we can first start with Ms. McCabe's phone.
Yes.
Did you actually receive her phone?
I didn't know. It was just a download of the the extraction.
So how does that work?
The examiners here had done the extraction of the device, resulted in a large zip file, which is a container containing all of the files extracted from the phone. They uploaded it to Cellibrite's secure portal, where I was able to download it and verify what the data was in the extraction.
When you received the download of the extraction for Jennifer McCabe's phone, was it similar process for John O'Keefe's phone?
With John O'Keefe's phone, I actually received the data on a USB thumb drive through the mail.
And before we begin, can you summarize briefly the issue, what you were looking for, and what the scope was as far as Jennifer McCabe's phone?
For Jennifer McCabe's phone, it was related to the internet search that occurred, or that allegedly occurred at 2:27:40.
Okay. And as part of your effort
Nice save there, bro.
and analysis, did you put together a PowerPoint that would help educate us on how a timestamp works and what happened in this case regarding a search?
I did, yes.
And have you seen that PowerPoint recently?
I did, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm handing you a binder that should take a look in. Do you know or do you recognize what's in that binder?
Yes, this is the PowerPoint presentation I created related to Jen's phone.
And with that presentation, do you have it downloaded on your computer?
I do, yes.
I'd like to introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
You know, with the court's permission, I'd ask Mr. Whiffen to be able to use his computer to walk us through the PowerPoint and explain it to the jury.
No objection, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Whiffen.
Okay.
May we begin, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffen, if you would walk us through and explain the PowerPoint and explain this issue to the jury, what the,
No. Wait.
Of course.
Wait.
The query revolved
gonna take
around a database
forever.
called browserstate.db. Browserstate stores information about Safari internet browser and about the tabs that the user has either had open or has open. Fundamentally, in this presentation, I wanted to include information from iOS 14 and earlier. iOS 14 is not the version of iOS that was on Jen McCabe's phone, but iOS
Why are we
14
looking at it then?
has an easier way to understand how this database works. And then I can move on to iOS 15, which was the device or was the version installed on Jen McCabe's phone. And hopefully by that point, it will be clearer how this information is being populated on the device.
could you tell us what iOS means?
iOS is Apple's proprietary operating system available on iPhones.
Thank you.
Bro.
Fundamentally, the browserstate.db tabs table is shown, hopefully I can show this on here, in the top here. The real database has many more fields, but these are the fields which are important for the demonstration to just see the row ID, the timestamp that's recorded, the URL or the web address, and the title of the page. And the example at the side there, you can see there's the browser is open, but there is no tab actually in focus at this time.
Can I take us just a little bit back so we can put this in context?
Yes.
When you are doing internet searches on your phone and you hit Safari or Google or whatever
course, it's
search
gonna
engine
take
you're
all
going to
day.
use, does it
It's gonna
create
take
a
all
tab?
day.
It doesn't create a tab just by
Whacker starts
opening the
at 4:30.
application. But
It's
then maybe
whacker.
tabs already open
take
in
all
the
day,
background
just
when you
whacker
start the
starts at
application,
4:30.
and then you can tell
The
it to
People's
create
Court.
the tabs.
So if I have a phone, can
The
I have a
People's
number
Court.
of different tabs on my phone at the same time if I search for different things throughout the day?
Correct. You can have hundreds of tabs open.
Do tabs stay open forever or can you close them?
They stay
Jesus
open until you
Christ,
close
bro.
them.
So if you look at your phone and you have a number of different tabs, and say, for example, I start with one tab, I'm looking for the local football score. Can I reuse that same tab for some other search, or do I have to use a new tab to start a new search?
You could use that tab for as long as you wanted, or create a new tab to do additional searches while maintaining the original tab in its current state.
And so what you're trying to demonstrate to the jury is identifying a time on one of these tabs where a particular search was made.
Objection, Your Honor.
Alessi. Dude, Alessi's going to
explain
wreck this guy,
This
bro.
demonstration as it relates to tabs on these internet searches, what are we actually trying to learn?
So as I showed, there's a field in this table called timestamp. It's actually called last viewed timestamp. And I wanted to prove or to demonstrate what that timestamp means, how that timestamp gets populated, and how it's relevant or irrelevant to a case.
So if I have one or many tabs open on my phone, each tab will have its own timestamp?
Correct.
And the URL, that's whatever I look up, what I search on the search engine?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that. Is that?
Within.
That's great. The URL is the address of the page that's being viewed.
Take
So if I have a tab
Brennan's
open
spotted
and I use
dick
it
out of your
continuously
mouth.
3, 4, 5, 10 times, will the time stamp change?
No, it will not.
And is that what you're explaining to us now?
Correct. That's part of the demonstration and presentation.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
So in this instance, at 10 a.m., which is shown in the top of the device there, we can see I visit firstpage.com as an example website.
Yes.
At that time,
The spotted
a
dick
row
joke,
is
bro.
created in the database that shows row ID 1 with the timestamp 10 a.m. when the page was opened. The URL and the title are relevant to the page that was visited, so firstpage.com.
Okay, that's enough. That's enough.
A minute later, excuse me, I now use the
said
same
that's
tab
enough.
to visit secondpage.com. What actually happens in the database at this point in time is the first record is updated with new information. So we continue to see row ID 1. We continue to see the timestamp that the tab was opened at 10 a.m. And we now see the URL and the title that are related to the secondpage.com website. So I've shown it here. The first one is red to show that's no longer a live record. It's been replaced by the new record that's underneath it in black. A minute later again, I can visit thirdpage.com. And at that point, the record's updated a further time. So we still see that it's row ID 1 because no new rows are being created. We're just simply updating the existing rows. So we still have row ID 1. We still have 10 a.m. as the timestamp, and we have the URL and the title that show thirdpage.com instead.
Mr.
I
Whitman,
know.
so
He
in the
totally made this shit
URL
up.
column,
Bro, Alessi right
There
now
are
is
three
in Terminator mode.
different searches.
He's logging everything in his brain right now.
Yes, this is 3 different pages that
And he's
have been
about to
visited,
wreck this guy.
within the same tab.
And in the data, it has 3 timestamps, but they're all the same.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
This database is not monitoring web navigation events. It's purely monitoring the tab events. So when the tab's brought into focus or when the tab's created is the only timestamp that's relevant here.
Thank you.
From a non-forensic point of view, if I was looking at this database in a regular database viewing tool,
Dude,
all
even
I would
Brennan's
see
bored.
is the black record at the bottom. I wouldn't see the other 2 records because they've been essentially overwritten by the third record. If I was to use a forensic tool, though, then I would see all of these records because the forensic tool is designed to find the older versions of these records that have been replaced. So again, from a forensic point of view, I would see all of these records, I would see all the different URLs, and I would see the same timestamp and the same row ID for all of them. This fundamentally changed in iOS 15, and I've tested this on multiple versions of iOS 15, 16, 17, and 18, including iOS 15.2.1, which is the same version of iOS installed on Jen McCabe's phone. In this case, the data is not written to the database immediately. So I've tried to show here that we have
It took its time,
some
did it?
in-memory variables, so essentially a
And
short-term
then went
memory
back in time?
that
Okay.
the device knows exist, but aren't written to the database yet, so they're not written long-term. So in this case, if at 10 a.m. I go to firstpage.com, we see that the in-memory variable for timestamp URL and title are updated to show a 10 a.m. timestamp and the firstpage.com information. But you can see at the bottom, I still have the browser state tabs table, and nothing has been written to that database at this time.
So can I ask you a question about this browser state DB?
Yeah, bro.
What does
He's
that
your
mean?
witness.
What does that tell us?
The browser state.db is just the name of the database that Apple are using to monitor the tab activity on the device.
Will a cell phone have a number of different databases it will send information to, or is it all one database?
There are hundreds or thousands of databases, depending on what applications are installed on the device. Each database typically targets a different application or a different feature.
Can information from a URL or a Google search or a Safari
Yeah,
search,
exactly.
can
dude.
it
Like,
leave data on different databases, or does it always go to
even-
one database?
It can live on different databases, for sure.
Thank you.
So again, to continue this example, if I now go to secondpage.com a minute later, we can see that now the in-memory variable is updated. So the timestamp still remains 10 a.m., the same as it did previously on iOS 14, but the URL and the title are updated to reflect the current web page that's being viewed. Again, nothing has been written to the browser state database. I can go to thirdpage.com. Again, we see the in-memory variables for the URL and the title are updated, but the timestamp still remains the time that this tab was brought into focus or created, not the time that the navigational event occurred. Still, nothing's been written to the browser state database. And it's not until you actually close the tab that the information gets removed from the in-memory variables and written into the database. And at that point, the information written to the database is what was in the in-memory variable. So right now, all we have is a single record in the database that shows the 10 a.m. timestamp. That's when the tab was opened. And we have the thirdpage.com URL and title information, which is the most recent web page visited in that tab. It wouldn't matter whether I was looking at this data using a regular database tool or a forensic database tool. The only record that I will see is this particular record. There may be multiple versions of this record, but still.
Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Listen, what's going on here is this guy is trying to convince a jury that Cellibrite is not reliable while working for Cellibrite and saying that he writes code for Cellibrite. It's ridiculous. And he's trying to basically convince a jury that your phone and its search history can go back in time. Even though the other tools that were mentioned, including his own software, by the way, this is something and I don't mind muting this and interrupting this idiot because all he's doing is double talking. Nothing of what he's saying is of any relevance at all whatsoever. It's absolute bullshit. And the fact that his own software was used by Richard Green, the defense's expert. His own software, this guy, Ian Whiffin's own software was used and determined that Jennifer McCabe made that 2:27 a.m. search at 2:27 a.m. and it was deleted out of like 4,500 searches. Literally the only one that was deleted. So this is just the defense, or this is the prosecution not prosecuting Karen Reed. They're defending the McAlberts. They're defending Jen McCabe in this instance. This is all this is.
On the screen at any given time, it can tell you when the backlight came on, when the backlight went off, when the device was locked or unlocked, the battery, different types of information, but useful here for the web pages that were being viewed. So using the combination of all those sources, I could see that at 2:27:29 a.m., Safari was opened from the application library on the device.
Here we go.
At 2:27:29 a.m., when Safari opened, there was already numerous tabs open in the background. The browser would show in the foreground whatever browser tab was opened when Safari was previously minimized. In this case, we can see, looking at knowledgec.db, that the web page that was being viewed was related to Hockomock Sports Friday's schedule scoreboard. At around 2:27:30, that tab would have been closed. Now, we don't actually have a time that the tab was closed, but based on other activity, this timestamp can be inferred. But essentially, when this tab was closed, a record is created in the browser state database that shows the timestamp 1:59:44 a.m. That would have been the tab at the time that the tab took focus, and then the Hockomock Sports Friday schedule scoreboard URL. At 2:27:31, there was a browser switch occurred, and the last visited timestamp that's held in memory would have taken the time that this occurred, so 2:27:31. This URL was PayPal. There was no navigational event listed in history, so this wasn't a page that was visited from a bookmark or from typing in a URL. It was whatever was currently shown in that tab when the tab was brought into focus. And we know that this exact URL was last visited at 7:40 a.m. on the 28th of January.
And what
this is evidenced in browser state and in knowledge-C.
Now, Richard Green's not going to come up for a while, but when Richard Green does come up, he's going to make this very easy for the jury to understand. But I have a really good feeling that when Alessi crosses Whiffen here, he's going to really spell this out for the jury for what it is via this guy's cross-examination, via this guy's own testimony. This is my prediction based on what I know about Robert Alessi so far, which is very little, but based on what I do assess from him, he's going to have this guy basically paint a picture for the jury as to why this is all bullshit. I have no doubt in my mind.
That tab gets closed and it gets written to the database. This again is going to show, and I've just noticed there's a typo on here and the timestamp at the top is showing incorrectly. But essentially it's closed at around this time, and the Eastern Bank URL is written to the browser state database with the 2:27:33 timestamp. At 2:27:35, we see that there's a YouTube video shown on screen related to It's Raining Men. This shows in knowledge-C. There's no new navigational event for it, but there's also no timestamp in the browser state database at this point. This is because this page is actually, or this tab is brought back into focus a second time. And when it gets brought into focus the second time, the timestamp that's attributed to it overwrites the timestamp that would have been written at this point. Sounds convoluted, but essentially, if you imagine that the in-memory timestamp here would have said 2:27:35, but then there's another tab that's brought into focus related to Hockomock Sports at 2:27:36.
Mr. Whiffen, can I ask you a couple questions?
Yes.
This timestamp 2:27:36, does that indicate the time when this tab was actually opened?
Yes.
You too, Steve.
The time that the tab was brought into focus or opened.
What does it mean brought into focus?
If you imagine you could have 5 or 6 or however many tabs in the background, you select one of those tabs to view, it makes it full screen, that would be considered in focus, and that would cause the timestamp to be updated.
Dude, just
So if someone had an
picturing
open
the
tab,
type of women that
they
stand
had a
around the
timestamp,
kitchen high
and
on
then they put it in the
fucking
background to
cocaine
look
and
at a
drunk,
different tab,
dancing to
but then
fucking
went
It's
back
Raining
to
Men.
an earlier tab
It's
and
hell,
opened it,
dude.
would it create a new timestamp?
I'd be like, I'm in hell
Timestamp.
right now. Let me out
If
of
somebody
this
had
fucking
an
house,
open
bro.
tab and they didn't put it in the background, but they used other functions or shut off the phone, and when they came back, that tab was still open, would that create a new timestamp?
As long as Safari doesn't close, then the timestamp will remain the same. So if I just minimize Safari, put it into the background and start to do other things on my phone, the timestamp won't get updated. If I completely close Safari or turn the phone off, when Safari reloads, then that tab
Right.
does get a new timestamp when it opens up again.
He's not even
Thank you.
using the right iOS version.
So at 227.36, we've got Hockomock Sports, Gallery Shoots, Canton Girls, Basketball to important win at Mansfield is the page that is visible on screen. Again, we know that there's no navigational event at this time, so the page is not being loaded as a result of a bookmark or typing the URL in. It's just showing what was on screen previously, and we know that this page was previously viewed at 22:55 on the 27th of January. This tab gets closed and gets written to the database as well, and we see it's written with the timestamp 227.36 when the tab was brought into focus. And then we go back to the YouTube video tab. So at this point, the timestamp that had been written there gets overwritten again with 227.38, and it shows the YouTube video is the active page that's on the screen. At around 227.39,
It's a
that tab gets closed, and the record is written to the database showing a timestamp of 227.38 when the tab took focus, and the YouTube video URL. Then we move to 227.40, which was the time of interest, and we see that a browser switch occurs, causing the last visited timestamp to take on the time of 227.40. This is the tab that was ultimately used to search Hoss long to die in cold, which is the query that started all of the confusion. At this point in time, there is no navigational events recorded anywhere. All we see is that the web page that was brought into view is ozonebasketball.com/teams. This web page was last
Get
visited
the fuck out of my
at 14
face
minutes
with that
after
shit.
midnight on the 26th of January. We know that this is on screen because it tells us that in Knowledge C, and we know that the time is 227.40 based on Knowledge C timestamps and based on the browser state database timestamp. At 227.42, there is a web navigation event. Whether this is loaded from a bookmark or whether it's typed in, I can't say, but a web navigation event occurs using the same tab that's just been loaded. And now the user is loading the web page hockomocksports.com/standings. This is logged in the history database that shows what web page is visited when, and it also shows in the Knowledge C database to show what web page is on screen at this time.
Mr. Whiffen, in the slide before 227.40, you mentioned that was the tab in question.
Yes.
Do the following pages that you show us in the
Yeah,
PowerPoint
this is all
follow that
misdirection.
one specific tab?
All this is.
Yes.
Thank you.
So at 227.47, there's another web navigation event as the web page hockomocksports.com/schedules is loaded. Again, this is evidenced in the history database to show that a navigation event occurred and completed, and in Knowledge C to show that this is the web page that was viewable on screen. At 227.53, there's a further web navigation event where we're now loading the page hockomocksports.com/schedules/girls hockey. Again, this is evidenced in the history database and the Knowledge C database to show what page loaded and what page was visible on screen. At 227.58, there's a further navigation event for girls hockey Franklin 21-22. Again, this is logged as a navigational event in the history database and shown on screen according to the Knowledge C database.
So I understand these are all subsequent searches on the same open tab.
Correct.
Your Honor.
Are these
Sustained as to form.
are these all subsequent searches on the same single open tab?
There is no tab switch event listed. We see the tab switch event occur at 227.40, and then we see lots of navigational events occur.
Thank you.
Okay, now he's
At
lying.
228.06, Safari is
He's lying because Richard Green will point out that there was a tab switch, that there were two separate tabs, that the sports search was made on a separate tab than the 2:27 a.m. search. Richard Green will prove this through two other tools besides Cellibrite. And what they're not telling you here is that this Cellibrite conclusion that he's making is after this guy that you're looking at sitting on the stand did an update on Cellibrite, on the Cellibrite software itself himself. He personally updated the Cellibrite software and then drew these conclusions. And this is after he was already, this is after the first trial, if I understand correctly. So that's crazy. That's why this is all complete and utter bullshit. Because we will hear Richard Green testify that not just Cellibrite, before this guy updated it, proves that the 2:27 a.m. search happened, but the other two tools that he uses, including this guy's own software that he developed, Ian Whiffin's own software, concluded that the 2:27 a.m. search happened.
A query or a word or a URL, for example, Safari tries to take that information and make suggestions based on what it thinks you might be searching for. So if, for example, you were to type in how long to die with the word spelled just DI, Safari can mistake that for how long to digest food, and it could present this information. And up until about 12 months ago, this is the information that was provided by Safari. If you were to do this search, if you were to type in how long to DI, you would get the result that's shown at the top of the screen.
You cannot
with an
explain
image
away
of somebody
a
eating a plate of
deletion
food.
and a wall
And
fall.
this is the image that was cached onto Jen McCabe's phone at 6:23:49.
What does cache mean?
Essentially, downloaded now for use later. It will download it, it will save it in case it's required again. If it is, it doesn't need to download it, it's already there. If it's not required again, eventually it will be deleted.
So is it stored information from prior events that's available in case the device thinks you're looking for it?
Yes, so at this point in time, at 6:23:49, when it downloaded it, that's the first time that it's downloaded this image, and it stores it. If an hour later, for example, I did the same search a second time, it wouldn't need to re-download the image because it's already got it in cache. So this, the creation time of this image shows that this is the first time that this cache file was downloaded. A few seconds later, at 6:23:51, the blue button at the bottom of the keyboard is used to submit a search for the term "how long tid I in Kikdi."
Agreed. I don't think I've
This
ever
creates
deleted a search in my
specific
life.
URL in Safari, which is shown on screen here.
I've closed
so
tabs.
google.com/search how long to die in Kikdi, IE UTF-8, OE UTF-8. Client Safari is the important part of this string that tells us that it's a query that's made using Safari. This is different to if I visited Google, for example, and just typed in the search text box in Google. It wouldn't necessarily have this same structure of the URL. So we know that this is the query created by submitting a search using the search bar here and pressing the blue button at the bottom. We know that that search was conducted at 6:23:51 according to the information in mobile Safari.plist. And Knowledge C also shows that this page was visible. Importantly, there is no history record made that shows that a navigation actually occurred to this website. Several reasons why that might happen. One could be if the device was in private browsing mode. However, it can't have been in private browsing mode because if it was, we wouldn't have the search recorded in the mobile Safari plist either. So we know it wasn't in private browsing. It could have been deleted at some point after the fact. That would leave a gap in the numbering. Every time a record is written, it would be consistent numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And to delete a number would leave a gap there. So you would see 1, 2, 4, 5, and that number will pretty much never be reused. So if you don't see a gap, then you can be confident that nothing was deleted, and there are no gaps on this device.
What a bet.
The third reason, and the one that I believe is the reason why it wasn't recorded in the database, is that the page never completely loaded. If I go to a web page and cancel the navigation prior to it completing the load, it will never get written to the history database. At 624.18, there's a second search submitted using the same method, so still using the Safari search bar, this time searching for host long to die in cold. This is evidenced in the mobile Safari.p list. Again, there is no record made in the history database that to me suggests that the page never successfully loaded. At 624.24, Safari is minimized again. It gets reopened at 10:33:33 a.m., again loaded from the app library and brought into focus. And at that point, the previous page is shown to the user. That previous page is related to the search host long to die in cold. This is evidenced in knowledge C to show that this is the page that's visible on screen, but there is still no history event that shows that the page completely loaded. And at around that time, so around 10:33:34, that tab would have been closed, resulting in the record being written to the browser state database with the timestamp 2:27:40, when that tab was originally brought into focus several hours earlier, but it shows the most recent URL information, which is the Google search for host long to die in the cold. It doesn't have any of the other URL information that was visited during that time period. It doesn't have the previous Google search for how long to die in the Kikti, because all it records is the most recent URL that's visited alongside the original time that the tab took focus. Importantly here, there is no title information. The title information is included within the page itself. So if you do a Google search, the title of the page that showed up would show Google search, and then it would show the query that you typed in to search for. The fact that this doesn't have a title also suggests that the page never loaded. So again, It kind of ties back to the fact that it's not written in the history database. We have no title. It's both indicative that the page never successfully loaded.
Mr. Whiffen, when a tab is ultimately closed, does the URL always have the last search,
No,
or could it show an
That's
earlier
important.
It will always be whatever URL is visible in the tab at the time.
search? Thank you.
To overview again the data sources used here, com.apple mobile safari.p list is known to be a reliable location to get search timestamps from. We know that it's good to show the time that a search was conducted and what search was conducted. It doesn't record if the device is in private browsing mode. The only time it shows how long to die in the Kikti is at 6:23:51, and the only time it shows host long to die in the cold is at 6:24:18. There's no other mentions of either of these searches anywhere else in this file. The history database, again, is known to be a good source of data for visited web pages and timestamps for the pages that completely loaded. Again, in this case, neither of these searches or neither of these URLs was in the history database, but there are no missing records, which indicates that nothing was deleted. And again, the only reason that I can come up with for why that is the case is that the page didn't load. There must be an entry within this database to allow the user to delete it. Obviously, if the page doesn't load, it doesn't get written to the history. As a user, you can't see that item in your internet history list, so you can't delete it.
What you're saying is that at 6:24 a.m., the page didn't load when she searched how long to die in cold. So it shows up at 2:27 a.m. It shows up timestamped at 2:27 a.m. That's your explanation. I mean, all of that mumbo jumbo just to come to that conclusion that the page at 6:24 simply didn't load. And so it shows up at 2:27 a.m. when she searched for the hockey scores. Get the fuck out of my face with that. No. Jennifer McCabe's iOS 15 did not come with a flux capacitor.
forensic examiner point of view and using forensic software, I can look at the database and see the records that have been deleted and recovered. There does become a time when you're unable to recover any more records and they're now just purely deleted and unable to get back. But at this point, I was able to recover a good number of records.
Yeah, like I'm just not.
And these were the 5 that I thought it was important to focus on for here.
I'm not
you can
buying
see
this.
That 3 of them
at
occur at 227. So at 227.36, 227.38, 227.40. And these are the web pages that we've just seen in the presentation. So Hockamock Sports, the YouTube video, Hostel Long to Die in the Cold. And then 2 additional pages for cantonma.org and
Thank you,
Ozone
Calamity
Basketball.
Jade.
The way that we're able to recover these records forensically is because of how databases work. What I've tried to display here is that when you first create a record, in this case, creating record 4025, a new page is created in the database. A page is simply a block of binary data that's organized in a way that can be understood by the database as a page of data, much like it would be a ledger with a list of records. So it creates frame 181 with page 2752 and the record 4025. What is a little bit different from if you were doing this manually is when you want to add a new record, or when you want to delete a record, or when you want to update a record, it has to create an entirely new page or an entirely new version of that page. So in this case, we see that frame 194 is also page 2752. It duplicates the record 4025 and adds the record 4026. From the database's point of view at this time, frame 181 is now dead. Like, it won't be used for anything.
That's
And a regular database tool would only refer to the most recent version of that page, so frame 194. Forensically, I can look back at all of these different versions of the page and I can start to see differences. Not so important in this case when all that's happening is that you're adding information, but when you start to delete or edit records,
Now, Your Honor, I got this guy to fucking lie about and make a bunch of bullshit up about Cellibrite being accurate but not being accurate, and going and pages going back in time as timestamps because a page didn't load. And so I decided to I put it all real nice and neat in this binder, and it makes it evidence. Like here it is projected on the screen, Your Honor, like what I typed up. So it's proof.
Again, we continue to see records being added, but particularly here at frame 430, record 4029 is deleted.
Yeah, he never even had the phone.
4029, if I go back a few slides, we can see 4029 is the cantonma.org families index webpage. As far as I know, no relevance to anything related to this case. It just so happens this is the first record deleted from the browser state database. We don't have information that tells us at what time the record's deleted, but we're able to infer what time that record was deleted based on other records in this frame. So, for example, we know that at the time that record 4029 was deleted, record 4031 already existed. Record 4031 has a timestamp of 6:29 on the 31st of January. Therefore, we can summarize that record 4029 had to be deleted at some point after 6:29 on the 31st of January. We see again record 4030 is deleted on frame 468. Again, we can look at what record was the most recently created on that frame at the point that that record was deleted. And that gives us information that suggests record 4030 had to have been deleted at some point after 8:35 on the 31st of January.
Gee, I wonder who that was.
Go along and continue to see that records being added, edited and deleted, but the record of interest 4028
Now
still
it's interesting
exists.
because even Ian Whiffin's testimony indicates or dictates that Jennifer McCabe's 2:27 a.m. search was deleted. Why? Why was it deleted? This is what the jury needs to be asking right now.
37 was created after 2207 on the 31st of January. Therefore, we know that the Horse Long to Die in the Cold record was deleted at some point after 10 p.m. on the 31st of January.
After 10 p.m. on the
Taking all of
31st
those
January.
deleted records, those 5 deleted records, and the earliest time that they could have possibly been deleted, we see a spread throughout the 31st of January. Like a few quite early on at 6:29 and 8:35, a couple at 9:20, 9:40, and then finally the one that we're interested in at 22:07. For the user to cause these to be deleted, if you wanted to do it selectively and delete one at a time, the record has to be available in the history database. As I said earlier, it wasn't ever in the history database because there'd be a gap. So this record could not have been deleted by the user selectively. That leaves options of deleting everything from the history, but if everything was deleted, we would have none of this information, and we do. And it also leaves the option of deleting everything from what's considered today and everything that's considered today and yesterday. And again, if either of those options were the case, we'd have much less information than what we have, and we wouldn't see this staggering of timestamps that we see here where the information was deleted. Ultimately, I wasn't able to say what caused these deletions at these particular times, but I'm confident that it wasn't as the result of user interaction. That's something that was brought on purpose.
What?
Mr. Weffin, I have a couple questions about your analysis and your opinions.
How do you how can you come
showed
to
us
that?
a tab that was opened at 2:27:40, and it had something to do with Hawkmock Sports.
Yes.
In your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, was that the same tab, that 2:27:40 tab open for Hawkmock Sports, was that the same tab that later was used for searches or attempted searches at 6:23:51 and at 6:24 relative to how's long to die in cold?
I believe it was, yes.
You're lying. And you're a piece
Is your
of shit.
opinion, is it based on your analysis of reports generated by software like Cellibrite?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Was your opinion limited to analysis of reports generated by companies like Cellibrite or Axiom?
It wasn't, no. I went into the data, looked at the various different databases, different files that were in use, tested it across many different devices to make sure that my understanding and analysis of it was correct.
In addition to your opinion that the two searches at 6:23 and 6:24 occurred at that time as opposed to 2:27:40, did you also, when analyzing the data, come to an opinion whether or not either of those searches actually connected and produced results?
If either of those searches had connected, the information would have been written into the history database. The fact that it wasn't in the history database strongly suggests it never completely loaded. And the fact that there is no title information on the browser state tab as well also suggests it never loaded.
And finally, those attempted searches at 6:23, 6:24, you mentioned that information at some point was deleted from the phone?
The only records that were deleted were the browser state database records. Yeah, they were deleted from the device.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether or not that information was removed as a natural application of the phone, or was it because somebody took the phone and actually deleted it by hand?
So again, I don't believe it's possible, given the situation and the information that's available, that it would have been possible for the user to delete it.
Wow.
I believe it was more than likely a system event that caused that, but I've not been able to
A
replicate that
system event.
I want to
You
take
can't
back to your
explain the
first
system
opinion,
event.
where you opine that the
Dude.
how's long to die in the search occurred at 6:23 and 6:24, not at 2:27:40.
Yes.
And so, in looking at the data, coming to that opinion, what caused the confusion with the software where it could be misunderstood the time those searches were actually made?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
The way that forensic software typically works, certainly the way that Physical Analyzer works, is we design models for the data. So we know that an SMS application, for example,
The
will
defense needs
always
to
have
just treat every one of these
a
witnesses
message
like they're
body. It
fucking
will always have a
liars.
sender, a receiver,
Because so far
a
they
time,
are.
that kind of thing. We always know that a web visit will have a URL, a title, and a visited timestamp. In this particular case, in the database, the timestamp is called last visited timestamp, which is indicative, you would think, of the time that the web page was visited. So when that information was being modeled within the software, the timestamp that was within the database was used, and it was called last visited timestamp. Since the investigation that I did into this case, I requested that the forensic research team at Cellibrite revisit this data and confirm if there's confusion around it. Were my findings correct, ultimately? There are times that that information can be correct. If, for example, you create a brand new tab, visit a website, and then close the tab immediately, then that timestamp would be indicative of the time that the URL was visited. But if you were to create a tab, use it for 3 hours, and then close it, the timestamp would not be indicative. Also, if you were to bring an old tab into focus that you'd used several days earlier and then close that tab, again, you're going to get bad timestamp information. So ultimately, from Cellibrite's point of view, we removed the timestamp from that data to avoid confusion in the future.
You shared with us
What?
that the URL for the 6:23 and 6:24 attempted searches ultimately was removed from the device.
Yes.
Would it be fair or accurate to say there were over 4,000 deleted files from the phone, or there was 4,000 deletions from the phone?
There were many.
Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay.
As to form.
Would it be accurate to say that the only deletion from that phone was that 6:23, 6:24 search?
No, there were thousands of records deleted ultimately for various reasons
Bullshit.
that I can follow.
That
There
would
was
be an
only
inaccurate
one
assertion?
To
deletion.
say that that's the only record that was deleted is inaccurate, yes.
Oh, you are full of shit, dude. This motherfucker is
Thank you. I'm now going
lying.
to turn to a second phone that you looked at.
Okay.
You told us that you looked at two phones. The second one was a phone that was, or is attributed to John O'Keefe.
Correct.
When you looked at the phone for John O'Keefe, were you looking at things different than we looked at on the phone attributed to Jen McCabe?
I wasn't as interested in internet data. I was more interested in location and health and anything else that could be useful.
Before we show any presentation, I want to get a little understanding of what you looked for and what you found. Were you looking for what's called location data?
I was, yes.
Was there a period of time that was important that you were looking for relative to location data?
Typically after midnight and before 6 a.m.
Is that on January 29, 2022?
It is, yes, sorry.
How does a phone, like an iPhone, store location data?
Multiple ways that it can be stored. Primarily, there's a database called cache.sqlite. And every time an application requests location data from the device, a feature called location services on iOS tries to calculate the device's location using a combination of technologies, GPS, Wi-Fi, cell tower, and Bluetooth. calculates the device's location and stores that into the database as a latitude, longitude, altitude, timestamp, accuracy radius, information like that.
Are there different types of location data that are captured and stored on a device like an iPhone?
Can you define different types, please?
I'm sorry?
If you could define what you mean by different types.
The different sources of data that are generated that then captured on an iPhone.
Yes, so the application can specify how accurate it wants the data to be. So for example, if you're using a navigational application, you'd want high accuracy data. So the application would request high accuracy data from location services. Location services would then try to use GPS primarily to get location information. Versus if you were using a weather app, for example, where you don't really need to know precise information, you just need to know the approximate town maybe that the user's at. So a weather application would ask for low accuracy information, and the device may be able to calculate the location based on cell tower information, for example. Both can be stored in the database with the accuracy information that's available.
Would a application that is devoted to navigation in your programming experience typically have stronger data, location data information than a more general application like a weather app?
Yes, for sure. And Apple actually specify in their documentation, when they specify the various different accuracy levels, they have one for navigational purposes for map applications.
How do you define accuracy level from the different data that's being stored in a phone?
How do you mean, sorry?
Is there high level, middle, low?
Yes, the information is typically provided with a range of meters. So you'll have a latitude, longitude coordinate and a number of meters that you have to draw around that locational point. And the device is somewhere within that circle. It could be as accurate as 2 or 5 meters. It could be as inaccurate as several miles, depending on the technology that was used to get the data.
Are you familiar with an application called Waze?
I am, yes.
Tell us what Waze is.
Waze is a navigational tool, so you can plot a route and it will try to direct you the best way, avoiding toll roads, avoiding accidents, that kind of thing.
What is the level of accuracy in location information that is generated by using Waze?
That would be the highest level of accuracy. So it would aim to get GPS quality information of around 5 meter accurate.
So why doesn't a programmer in every application just use the highest level location data for every application?
Getting GPS data is not always possible. If you're in a building, in a basement, for example, you may not get that. But also, it can be expensive to the device in terms of processing power, in terms of battery requirements. So if it can find location information cheaper by using Wi-Fi networks, for example, then it would prefer to do that. So just a lot less resource intensive than using GPS all the time.
In order to capture the highest level of location data, the most accurate in an application such as Waze, if somebody's using Waze and then turns it off, does it still continue to capture that highest level of accuracy?
Typically not. It may do for a short time as it's still kind of working through a backlog. But fundamentally, if there's no application open that's trying to use location services, then the location information that's being requested and recorded is far more sporadic. It's typically background applications that may be requiring location data.
When you analyze John O'Keefe's phone, in addition to the location data, did you also look into data known as health care data?
Yes.
And could you tell the jury how that works?
Yeah, so pretty much all iPhones for the last 10 years or so have Apple Health included. It monitors activity on the device, such as steps taken using various sensors inside the device, looking for motion which appears to be walking. It monitors altitude, so it knows whether you've gone up a flight of stairs, for example. It uses that information in concert with the the steps taken. So it knows the difference between going in an elevator versus walking a flight of stairs. And all that kind of information is available to you as a user to essentially see how far you walked each day and to monitor your own health.
When you look at healthcare data, you said it interprets it in different terms. One you used was steps. If I have an iPhone and I'm walking and it registers steps, can it tell what direction I went in?
No, it's purely just looking for motion of the gyroscopes, which appears to match the pattern that it expects of somebody who's walking. It doesn't know whether you're in a straight line, walking in zigzag circles, just number of steps.
What if I had my iPhone and I was moving the iPhone, but my feet weren't moving? Would it register?
It could register some, but typically it's relatively good at picking the difference between actually walking or throwing the phone around or shaking it.
The healthcare data, does it store with date and time?
So there's two locations that health data is stored. Primarily a database called healthdb_secure, and that aggregates the information into periods of time. So you may have a 10-minute period where it says 100 steps were taken. Now, it could be that the 100 steps were taken in the first 2 minutes, and then virtually nothing was done for 8 minutes there. But there's another database called Cache Encrypted C, which is more granular. It's where the information is written originally prior to it being aggregated and moved into the bigger health database.
You also mentioned that the healthcare data has a term known as steps.
Yeah.
If the movement registers as steps, would that necessarily mean that a person was walking up or down steps?
Sorry, are we talking about steps taken or flights climbed?
I'm sorry, flights climbed.
A flight climbed, according to Apple, is essentially an incline of 3 meters over 16 steps taken. So it wouldn't really matter whether it was walking up a flight of stairs, walking up a steep inclined hill, on an escalator, something like that. If there is movement that appears to be walking and an incline of 3 meters, then that would be considered a flight climb event.
Is there any other ways that the phone could register flights climbed, but the person's not actually walking up or down stairs?
So I did test this a few months ago, driving in my vehicle. I was able to, if I just put a phone on my dock as I'm driving around, nothing was recorded. But I found that if I was actually holding the phone while driving at the same time, then the natural suspension of the vehicle plus the movement of my arm would be considered enough to be steps. And if that motion happened while I was driving up a hill, it would also result in a flight climb event. And the testing that I did consistently resulted in, I think it was 9 flights of stairs climbed while I was driving up the same hill multiple times.
In your studies, what elevation change would have to be present if you were in a car with a phone and it would register healthcare data as steps? Is there a certain level of elevation that would trigger that?
Again, it's just a 3 meter incline is required.
Did you say 3 meter?
3 meter.
The healthcare data, in addition to being able to give a range of time of movement and defining generally terms, whether it's steps or stairs, is there any other information
This
about
is all
healthcare data
bullshit.
that is important in
Trying
your
to get in front
analysis of this case?
John's Apple Health data that dictates that he was inside 34
Sorry, can you repeat
Fairview.
that,
That was
please?
Sure.
those early morning hours,
The
January
healthcare
29,
data
2022.
you shared tells us there's movement,
Yes.
and it may come in the term steps. You also
The
shared that
problem with this
healthcare data
testimony is there are no
can
fucking
show
hills near 34
elevation.
Fairview.
that can come in the term flights.
Yes.
Is there any other information about the healthcare data you looked at? Did you look at it across a wide range in this case?
No, it was just the steps and the flight climb that I was interested in.
What is the time period you looked at the healthcare data for in this case?
Between midnight and 6 a.m.
Yeah, this is
or
all playing
6:30 a.m.
defense.
That's midnight on January
For the McAlberts.
29, 2022.
That's all this
till
is.
about 6 a.m.
Yes.
You got to read
And
between the
before we
lines,
get to
people.
any
Why
presentations,
is the
did you
prosecution
see
focused on playing defense for
movement on that phone
3452
relative to healthcare data at
instead
different
of
points through the
prosecuting
night?
Karen
I
Reed
did,
showing
yes.
evidence that
And did you
she
identify those different times
allegedly
in your
murdered
report?
John
I
O'Keefe?
did.
You created a PowerPoint for Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Are those time points and movements, are they indicated in the PowerPoint as well?
They are, yes.
So you had, with Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you looked at location data, you looked at healthcare data. Is there any other data you found important in your analysis to try to track the movements or non-movements of the phone of John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I've also looked at battery temperature information and at a feature called Doppler, which is monitoring for Face ID.
Tell us a little bit about the battery temperature. Is it the battery temperature of the phone or part of the phone?
There's a battery temperature sensor built inside the phone within the battery, and it's essentially always checking for battery overheats or battery cool downs to the point where performance will be affected and the device needs to power off to save itself being damaged. So that temperature information isn't recording ambient temperature. It's not interested in the temperature in the room, for example. It's purely interested in the battery temperature. But it is affected by ambient temperature. And I, again, did lots of testing by putting the phone into controlled temperature environments, so inside a freezer for a set amount of time, to monitor how the battery temperature would decrease over time, given the environment it was in. Bringing it back into a warm environment and testing how long it takes to increase. Putting the device outside. I live in Calgary, where it's pretty cold in winter. So putting it outside, it was like 40 Fahrenheit, I think it calculates to. And the temperature of the environment had a big impact on the battery temperature that was recorded by the device.
Were you able to track the changes in battery temperature for Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone over the course of the evening from after 12 on January 29, 2022 through after 7, 8 in the morning?
Yes, there wasn't a massive number of records, but there were records that I've included in my report.
In addition to those three areas, when a person uses an iPhone and presses the buttons, or they hold it and they try to open it by recognizing their face, what is that process called?
The Face ID would be the process for the unlocking, and then the locking, pressing the button on the side would lock the device.
When an iPhone is being used, does it act or operate differently when it's out in the open or if it's in your pocket or under something?
Yes, so this is the Doppler function that I found within a feature called Unified Logs. Essentially, whenever the device receives a phone call or when you pick up the device, an iPhone X or above is trying to find a face to use to unlock the device. If the camera is blocked, a record is made to say that it's within a pocket state. So if my phone's in my pocket, when somebody calls me, it tries to look for a face, it immediately recognizes that the camera's blocked, and it records pocket state. As soon as I take the phone out of my pocket or unblock the camera, it records a pocket state cleared event. So we know when the camera was covered up versus when it was uncovered, if at the time it was receiving a phone call or was being picked up.
Does an iPhone always record whether or not the camera was blocked or hidden or covered at the time a call comes in?
No. For example, if the device is already unlocked, then it won't make a recording to say that it was within a pocket state or a pocket state cleared. And if the device isn't blocked at all, so if I have the device on a desk in front of me, for example, and a call comes in, there'll be no record that says that it's in a pocket state or a pocket state cleared. It will only record a pocket state event if the camera's blocked, and it will only record a pocket state cleared event if the camera was blocked and now isn't.
So if I have my iPhone and I put it inside my jacket in the darkness and I get 30 calls, would all of those calls result in a reading of pocket state?
They'd all result in multiple readings of pocket state. The pocket state check is conducted more than once a second. I can't remember the exact number, but it's very frequent. And an average phone call from the start of the ring to when the device essentially hangs up, somewhere in the region of 500 checks. So if you had 10 phone calls, then you'll have 5,000 checks made that would all report pocket state.
Did you analyze John O'Keefe's phone on the evening, early morning hours through the next morning on January 29, 2022, in an attempt to identify where he was, what he was doing, and whether his phone was inside or outside?
That was my goal, yes.
And did you engage in that analysis, sir?
I did.
And in your efforts, did you write a report?
I did.
Did you write multiple reports on these separate issues?
I did.
And those reports are provided to everybody?
Yes.
In addition to the reports that you generated from your study, did you present or did you prepare a PowerPoint?
I did.
Does the PowerPoint outline some of those points?
It does.
At the end of the PowerPoint, do you go through a timeline accumulating many of these pieces of evidence together that show them in a chronological sequence?
I do.
And does that help capture the movement or non-movement of John O'Keefe's phone through that night?
I believe it does.
Nora, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a binder, sir. Could you look at it? Let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, this is the presentation that I created regarding John's phone.
And does it include some of the subject areas we just spoke about?
It does.
I'd move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
39.
Thank you. With the court's permission, Mr. Whiffen, referring to Exhibit 39, I'd like you to walk us through John O'Keefe's phone on the evening of January 29th,
Okay.
2022.
Yes.
Thank you. So I start the presentation with location data. As I mentioned earlier, this comes from the cache.sqlite database, which is considered the most reliable location or the most reliable file for location data on an iOS device. Stores information whenever location information is requested. That could be through user interaction with the device using something like Waze. It could be background activity, just depending on what applications the user has opened, what settings the user has chosen. It's constantly trying to find its location and recording it in this database, partly for the purposes of identifying frequent locations. At 12 minutes and 5 seconds after midnight, the device shows multiple location points at Washington Street around Forge Pond. What I've tried to show here, there's a kind of a gold dot in the middle, which would show the actual latitude, longitude information. And then the circle around it is what's considered the accuracy radius. The smaller the accuracy radius, obviously the more accurate the information is believed to be according to the device. But ultimately, if the device is anywhere within that circle, then iOS would consider it correct. It considers it an accurate record.
Mr. Whiffen, why are there multiple circles of location data for one point where Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was?
So this wasn't a single point in time. This was multiple records at around 12 minutes and 5 seconds. No application was actually in use at this time requesting location information, but the device, for whatever reason, recorded multiple records with various degrees of accuracy. Typically, you would see accuracy start quite low and get better over time, which you may have seen on your own device when you open up the map application, and it may show your device close to where you are, but not perfectly where you are, and then wait a few seconds, and that information gets refined. Essentially, this is the same thing.
So low accuracy would be a wider circle and higher accuracy would be a smaller circle?
Correct.
At this point, Mr. O'Keefe is not utilizing Waze on his phone,
Correct.
but location data is still being stored randomly on the phone from multiple different sources?
It is, yeah. Depends on the device itself.
In the top left-hand corner, it says 12:05. That's the time that this snapshot.
Yes.
And
In
then
this
below,
case, approximate.
and below it's obviously the date.
Yes.
Okay, could you take us ahead, please?
There were multiple records between that last time and what's shown on screen now at 19 minutes and 33 seconds. But all of the records were sporadic and low accuracy with values of 1,000 meters or more. But around this time, around 19 minutes and 33 seconds after midnight, is when Waze was actually brought on screen. Waze starts to ask for high accuracy data, so we see the accuracy immediately start to improve. So again, we see relatively low accuracy data to begin, and then over the next few seconds, it begins to refine itself until it gets down to a 5-meter accuracy records as the device continues up here. We'll highlight that there's a cluster of records here as the device came to either a slow or a stop momentarily. Multiple records were created, and then the device continued driving up Denham Street.
Mr. Whiffen, below the time, 12:19:33, in the date, talks about the average accuracy,
Yes,
and that's in meters?
that's in meters. So again, the records that are shown at the bottom here are around 55 meters. The records shown at the top are around 5 meters.
Is it typical in Waze that once it locks in, the range is around 5 meters?
Typically, yes. That would be
The question that everybody needs to be asking right now is, why is Ian Whiffen testifying to this and not Trooper Guarino? What's wrong with Trooper Guarino's testimony? What's wrong with his analysis? Wasn't this his job? Was this not Trooper Guarino's job? Was to analyze these things that they're going over right now. So why is Brennan using this contracted expert from Cellibrite? Decline, thank you so much. Yes, I agree. Thank you so much.
Both the accuracy and the speed. With the Waze information at its most accurate, can you actually tell whether the vehicle is moving or whether it stops?
Yeah, based on the speed and the location and the timestamps, you can determine whether the device is moving or stopped.
Thank you.
Also important to, I think, point out here, in terms of knowing how reliable this location information is, I typically look at something along the lines of, does the location think it's accurate? In this case, 5 meters. So yes. Does it make sense? Like, it's on the road, it's on the correct side of the road. So again, it kind of makes sense. It fits the pattern of the road. The cadence and the speed are, what you would expect for this road. Like traveling at 20 to 30 miles an hour up here seems quite reasonable. So all of these factors taken together increase my confidence that this would be reliable location data. Moving to the next slide, between 20 minutes and 19 seconds and 21 minutes and 58 seconds after midnight, the device starts on the on the right side at Denham Street, drives up and turns left onto Maplecroft Road. Again, we see that all of these location points match the pattern of the road layout. They all have a consistent cadence, a consistent speed, traveling at between 10 and 20 miles an hour. And we see a cluster of records here, which is around a stop sign. So again, it indicates how reliable the data is, because the location, the location data that's recorded recognize the vehicle slow, come to a stop, and then continue after the stop sign.
Is Maplecroft Road in Canton?
Yes. At the end of Maplecroft Road, the device turned left onto Oakdale Road and continued heading down there. Between the hours of 21 minutes and 59 seconds and 22 minutes and 53 seconds, the device continues down Oakdale Road. Again, all of these location points show with 5-meter accuracy. They show a consistent cadence, consistent pattern to the road. And again, we see a cluster where we see the device come to a slow or a stop for a stop sign. The device ultimately turns right onto Cedar Crest Avenue, I believe, and continue down there between 22 minutes and 54 seconds and 23 minutes and 57 seconds. Again, as I've said before, all of these points, 5-meter accurate, they all conform to the road. The cadence is good. And again, we see a cluster on approach to a stop sign. The device shows that it overshot Fairview Road and continued turning up Cedar Crest, but came to a stop somewhere between 50 and 51. And at 23 minutes and 58 seconds, the device appears to have turned around, so potentially a 3-point turn, in order to head back down Cedar Crest Road and turn right onto Fairview Road. Again, accuracy 5 meters, good cadence, good conformity to the road. All appears to be reliable and make sense, traveling at an average of 20 miles an hour.
And that road coming down at the bottom of the screen where John O'Keefe's phone travels, that's Fairview Road.
I cannot
Fairview Road,
escape
yes.
the thought that Brennan seems to actively be
the next few slides
actively avoiding
replay that same data,
bringing
but instead of
Massachusetts
showing
State
multiple
Trooper
points on one
investigators
graph
on the stand
or
to
on one map,
testify.
it's going to show one location point per slide. So at 24 minutes and 20 seconds, we see the device is already on Fairview Road.
Is the big
accuracy of 5 meters, traveling at
We know why,
14.8 meters,
but that's the
and
question
heading south.
spectators need to be asked.
24 minutes and 21 seconds is now at 16.2 meters, but it's still highly accurate information. 24 minutes and 22 seconds, traveling at 18.3 miles an hour. 24 minutes and 23 seconds, traveling at 16.9. 24 minutes and 24 seconds after midnight, traveling at 16.9. 24 minutes and 25 seconds, traveling at 16.6. 24 minutes and 26 seconds, traveling at 17. 24 minutes, 27 seconds, traveling at 15.9 miles an hour. 24 minutes, 28 seconds, traveling at 14.5 miles an hour, at which point it's approximately outside number 34, around the driveway area. 24 minutes and 29 seconds, traveling at 12.1 miles an hour. 24 minutes and 30 seconds, traveling at 11.5. 24 minutes and 31 seconds, traveling at 10.4. 24 minutes and 32 seconds, traveling at 8.9. 24 minutes and 33 seconds, traveling at 7. 24 minutes, 34 seconds, traveling at 5.2. And 24 minutes and 35 seconds, traveling at 3.5. 24 minutes and 36 seconds, traveling at 3.2 miles an hour. And at 24 minutes and 37 seconds, traveling at 1.4 miles an hour. Finally, the device comes to a complete stop at 24 minutes and 38 seconds. I'll say from the testing that I've done related to the speed, it may not be 100% accurate, but it's a very good indicator of the speed in general. So if it says it was traveling at 10 miles an hour, it would have been traveling at somewhere between 9.5 and 10.5 on average.
Mr. Whiffen, you just showed us the travel of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone around 12:24 to 12:24:38 on January 29, 2022. And you said at 12:24:38, it came to a complete stop.
Yes.
Before that complete stop, was the car continuously moving at some speed?
Yes, this is the first record that shows 0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second. Prior to this, there was always a record that showed some level of speed.
If you look at number 34 on that chalk, if you can highlight it, please. Okay. If the driveway were at the right side, the top side of the house.
Yes.
Does your studies indicate that the vehicle, or at least the phone,
Majestic, it's
traveled
supposed to
past
go
the
over your head.
driveway
The
before
whole
it
point of
stopped?
this is to confuse the jury.
Ask it non-leading.
Imagine you're a juror.
Did this
That's the
car
whole
or the
point.
phone that was in the car ever stop at the driveway of that address?
No, according to the location and the speed data from the device, by the time it was approximately the driveway, the phone reports it was still traveling at around 15.9 miles an hour.
Have you ever seen a photograph of that address?
I have.
You have or have not?
I have.
You have. And in that address, do you see on the far left corner of that address, the yard, there's a flagpole?
Yes.
Where this car stops, so this phone stops at 12:24:33, how close is the phone to that flagpole?
I believe very close.
And do you ever see the car or the phone stop anywhere near that driveway?
No.
Please continue.
Between 24 minutes and 39 seconds and 25 minutes and 8 seconds, there were a cluster of more records, all showing 5-meter accuracy, but no movement. Although the center point does move around a little bit, you could interpret this as movement, but because all of the radiuses or radii overlap, there's also a good chance that there's no movement that actually occurred here. This is just the device as it's trying to refine its location. At 25 minutes and 30 seconds, we see a relatively significant change where the accuracy drops to 34 meters. We do see a course or a bearing that shows that the device reported it was heading west. But again, this accuracy radius includes the previous locations anyway. So it's difficult to differentiate between actual movement based on this location data or just on the fact that the accuracy reduced, the center point shifted because of the accuracy change, and therefore a bearing was attributed to it when it shouldn't have been.
If I could ask you some questions about the talk on that indicates 25 minutes, 30 seconds, so 12:25:30. The circles become larger.
Correct.
Is Waze still being used, or has Waze been stopped?
No, Waze has been closed at this point for about 40 or 50 seconds.
For how long, sir?
About 40 or 50 seconds.
This location data, or this circle, the perimeter, that's not coming from the Waze application anymore?
No, the location data never came from the Waze application. Waze was requesting location data. iOS is responding to that request, and as part of that response, would write the information to its database. Waze itself records very little location data.
So when you look at that circle based on location data alone, could the phone be anywhere within that circle?
Correct.
There is a bullet pinpoint center of that circle.
Yes.
That center of the circle doesn't necessarily mean that the phone is at that exact location, does it?
It doesn't know. The center point is purely an indication of where you need to draw the center in order to draw the radius. If we didn't have a center point, how would you know where to draw this circle?
And so the phone could be anywhere in that circle, close to 34, inside 34, 32.
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it non-leading, please.
Could the phone be anywhere in that circle?
It could.
Could it be at the center point?
It could.
Could it be still in the car?
It could.
Continue, please.
Between 25 minutes and 31 seconds and 25 minutes and 36 seconds, there's an additional cluster of location data ranging between 61-meter accuracy and 17-meter accuracy. All of them roughly centered on the same point, approximately, and all of the accuracy radius covers the same area. Like, there's so much overlap in these records that the device is essentially anywhere within the smaller circle. Between 27 minutes and 35 seconds and 38 minutes and 15 seconds, there was approximately 50 low accuracy records. Again, the device wasn't being used to ask for location data. This is completely passive and resulting in some pretty poor location data. I've highlighted with the red arrow where the 34 Fairview Road is. And we can see, although a lot of these location data do overlap with that point, there are location information here that doesn't. At 38 minutes and 16 seconds, the accuracy improves again. Is now 18 meters accurate, but continues to show approximately the same location that we saw 10 or 15 minutes
Thank you,
earlier,
Scott.
around the flagpole area. 38 minutes and 17 seconds, same general area, slightly higher accuracy information down to 14 meters. 38 minutes and 18 seconds, accuracy increased to 12 meters, shifted slightly. Now the flagpole area is essentially at the lower side of this circle. Obviously, the top side of the circle now includes a part of 34 Fairview.
If the location information is indicated by the circle and the circle has shifted, does that mean necessarily the phone has moved?
Not necessarily. Typically, you could assume it has, but when we're already talking about accuracies of 12, 13, 14 meters, it starts to become a little bit harder to determine how accurate this data is. So at this point in time, it could be anywhere within this circle, and the movement of the center point could just be the result of refinement of the device or environmental conditions that suddenly change. If the weather changes, it could cause the device to slightly miscalculate or to calculate differently.
Would a snowstorm or a blizzard potentially impact the precision of location information that's not precise like Waze?
It definitely has the potential to, yes.
How about a phone being covered? Could that affect it?
That could also affect it, yes.
If somebody was lying on a phone, could that affect it?
That could affect it.
Wow.
Could being in a building affect it?
It could.
Thank you.
Done that one at 38 minutes and 20 seconds. Again, refining information more. We've got an 8-meter accurate radius, still focusing primarily on the front yard towards the left side. And then accuracy of 7 meters at 38 minutes and 21 seconds, again showing that same general area. Between 40 minutes and 22 seconds and 59 minutes and 29 seconds, accuracy fairly drops off again, and we see some fairly wild records that don't cover the area at all. But we also see some more accurate records showing, again, where the red arrow points at Fairview Road. Those records are highlighted here, just between 40 minutes and 22 seconds and 59 minutes, 29 seconds, only showing records of 25-meter accuracy or better. And again, it's kind of focusing on that flagpole area. Between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., only looking at location information, which is 25 meters accurate or better. Again, it kind of focuses around the front yard area, although some of these accuracies are still rather large and could put the device inside 34 on the opposite side of the street, towards 32. Between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m., fairly similar story. Again, most of these points are centered around that same location of the front yard. Similarly, between 3 and 4 a.m., between 4 and 5, between 5 and 6. And in fact, if I take all of the location data between 25 minutes after midnight until 6 a.m., only looking at the records that report 10-meter accuracy or better, then typically they all focus around that same location at the front of the yard, nearish to where the flagpole can be found.
I'd like to ask you some questions about this photograph. There's a red circle with a bunch of red dots in the middle.
Yes.
would those red dots indicate the center of some location that was captured at a particular point over that night?
Yes. So each of those center dots is the center of a 10-meter accurate or better location record. I chose to not show the accuracy radius circle on this image just purely because it makes it hard to see when you've got all these intersecting lines. But ultimately, if you were to draw a 10-meter radius around all of these points, they would all fall within the large red circle that's shown.
So this photograph was meant to take readings from the most accurate of the data throughout the night?
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Ask it again differently, please.
Was this circle, did it include low frequency data?
No, this circle only includes 10-meter accuracy or better.
The fact that the center dots are in different spots, is that inconsistent with a phone being in the same place, not moving that entire night?
It could indicate movement. It could indicate refinement.
Is it impossible to tell?
It's impossible to tell at this level of detail anyway.
Are all of these dots, given the range, 10 meters or under, are all these dots and all these readings of the high frequency data that you compiled for that night, are they all consistent with Mr. O'Keefe's phone being near the flagpole and not moving that night?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to.
I think that's a reasonable assumption.
All right, this might be a good spot. Are you ready to move on to the next area, or you have any more questions about
Now would be
this?
a fine time, Your Honor.
All right, folks, why don't we take our morning break, 15, 20 minutes? We're going to see that there for 15.
Thank you.
Judge, please let me know what's going on this evening. Please rise for the jury.
All right, so yeah, so this light is like you have to charge it. I don't have a cord for it, and it's gonna die soon, so my lighting is gonna go to shit completely soon. I apologize for that, and it will be shit tomorrow. But yeah, this is real interesting stuff. Again, you gotta ask the questions, folks. Why
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the
Bro,
trials we
I
cover
need
remind
you
me
to
of? That the
shut
world
up,
is
dude.
unfortunately very unpredictable.
Yeah, no shit. Shut up, dude. So why isn't the prosecution, why are they getting in front of the defense? Again, like the whole prosecution is just them getting in front of the defense's defense. That's what's going on here. On top of the fact that, like, why is no Massachusetts state trooper testifying? Why is no investigator in the Massachusetts state troopers testifying so far? They were the ones who conducted the investigation, correct? So why is Brennan, why does he seem to be actively avoiding calling up Massachusetts state troopers, such as Nicholas Guarino, who actually did the initial investigation into these digital forensics? Why not? See, these are the things we need to be looking at, folks, because if the prosecution had a case, this is the stuff that would be presented. But oh, well, the investigation was fucked, so we can't call any of those investigators up. I'm just gonna distract the jury with bullshit, is what I'm gonna do. That's what Brennan's thinking right now. It's totally wild. Let me go ahead and read this while I still can here. Right, and Turtle Boy's pointing pointing out the same thing. I'm looking at Turtle Boy's 22-minute-old X post, and he says, it's quite impressive how Ian Whiffen has transformed from the last trial from just a guy with an app who is an expert on Google searches to a guy who is an expert on Apple Health and Waze data, cell phone temperatures, and everything else Hank Brennan needs to disprove the damning forensic data showing Karen Reed is innocent. Exactly. This is just wild, dude. Absolutely wild. Now, speaking of Turtle Boy, sorry, I'm eating my yogurt and granola. Speaking of Turtle Boy, he posted this. Kate Peter denies damning allegations against her in an affidavit. In an affidavit signed by a source she trusted for almost a year. One of the things she is denying and having influence with the DA's office and meeting Michael Morrissey with Jennifer McCabe on March 16th, 2 days before Robert Cosgrove filed a motion to revoke my bail. Cosgrove had assured us on March 14th that he was not going to revoke my bail. Then on March 16th meeting happened. Then the March 16th meeting happened. And in new text messages, Ms. Peter brags to the source that she sent a lot of emails to Cosgrove that day. She knew that my bail was going to be revoked more than an hour before I did. And at the hearing, Cosgrove all but admitted that he changed his mind about revoking my bail after becoming aware of new videos sent to him by Ms. Peter. So, while we wait for court to resume, I'll go ahead and read Turtle Boy's article here. I was charged with yet another count of felony witness intimidation on March 5th, 2025 for doing looking into a window and doing a comedy routine. After realizing that Chris Albert was illegally wiretapping me, I was not arrested. Despite Brian Tully's request that I be taken into custody, and my arraignment date was set for March 18th in Stoughton District Court. I was extremely worried that Special Prosecutor Robert Cosgrove was going to use this non-incident as an excuse to revoke my bail before the Karen Reed trial. So my attorney, Tim Bradel, wrote him an email asking if it was going to be a quick arraignment or if we should prepare for a bail revocation hearing. Good morning, Liz Reed. And so here is Timothy Bradel's email to Robert Cosgrove. Bob, I think I have it right that you want an arraignment on the 18th. I am in two far-flung courts on that day, and I can't get there for arraignment. Mark is also hung up in New York City, meaning Mark Betterow. I'm wide open starting 24th, 26th, 27th, 28th, anytime on those days. I am in the middle of a tough stretch, including an indecent AB trial next week. Are you asking for the same bail you requested in NSC the other day? Let me know what works and what you're thinking. If it's not a full-on adversary hearing, I might be able to get someone over there to shepherd it through instead of me. Thanks, Tim. And then Turtle Boy goes on to say, Cosgrove assured us that he expected a quick and typical arraignment, which meant that he had no intention of filing a motion to revoke my bail. Okay. And then Cosgrove writes back to Bradel and Betterow and says, good morning. Thank you for your patience. Having looked into the date setting a bit, I can now tell you with certainty that neither Lieutenant Tully nor I had anything to do with selecting the 18th. It was entirely the decision of the Stoughton District Court. That said, I would prefer to keep it and will not agree to a new date or assent to a change. However, if you wish to ask the court to move the date to one of your alternate dates you proposed in your email, I will not take a position. I will ask for some bail, but will not exceed my request in Norfolk Superior, assuming no Carney-generated issues between now and then. Barring some surprise, I expect a quick and entirely typical arraignment. Turtle Boy goes on to say, this gave me a lot of peace of mind, and I went into that 2 p.m. arraignment without arranging for someone to pick up my kids at the bus stop that afternoon. However, we found out that about 1:55 that Cosgrove was going back on his word and had filed a motion to revoke my bail. You can imagine the anxiety this caused me in front of a judge I'd never seen before. Yeah, I was there that day. When Cosgrove explained to the judge why he had gone back on his word, he said that he had become aware the afternoon the day before March 17th that I had made jokes about Elizabeth Proctor on a members only Turtle Club stream that she is not a member of and would have to join to watch. I think this is the full hearing. Actually, no, it's only. Okay, hold on a second.
Your Honor, it was still not my intention to move to revoke Mr. Kearney's bail. But then I became aware that just a day or two ago, and I only became aware of this yesterday afternoon, Your Honor, Mr. Kearney on his show engaged in about a 10 or 15-minute vile attack on Elizabeth Proctor, describing graphically her giving oral sex to her husband.
Jesus. Okay, man. Awesome. Robert Cosgrove does not stay up late enough to watch all of my streams, let alone the members only stream that costs $15 a month. This means someone sent it to him in the hopes of getting my bail revoked. Right? In light of the affidavit signed by a woman who Kate Peter became close with and told secrets about her criminal behavior, it's clear now that this stunt was organized by Jennifer McCabe and Kate Peter. On March 16th, the source claims that Ms. Peter told her that she and McCabe met with DA Michael Morrissey somewhere in Braintree, and that Peter came home with a manila envelope in her hands. Peter was told by Jennifer McCabe that Jennifer McCabe informed Michael Morrissey that she is not testifying unless Turtle Boy is in jail. Michael Morrissey informed Jennifer McCabe he would then have to subpoena her, and Jennifer McCabe told Michael Morrissey, then we won't say what you want us to say. This is according to the source. And then there's more stuff here, little bullet points. Then we won't go away, say what you want to say. Peter then got rid of her phone. And she said they will never get the communications between me and Morrissey. Jen McCabe paid me, according to the source. This is all Kate Peter saying these things. She went to meet with Michael Morrissey and Jen McCabe at an undisclosed location in Braintree. Right? And so here is a screenshot, March 18th, 12:44 p.m. Ms. Peter texted the source and told her they are trying to revoke his bail. I mean, here it is right here, folks. Oh my God, will they get it? I don't know. So she's aware of all this. Turtle Boy goes on to say, we did not find out that they were trying to revoke my bail until 1:55 p.m. More than an hour later. How did Kate Peter know this information before me or my lawyers? Why is the Commonwealth giving this woman confidential, non-public information about what they plan to do with me? Right. When she asked if Cosgrove had new evidence he planned to use against me, Peter went on to tell the source that she had sent a lot of emails the morning of March 18th to Cosgrove, someone else at the DA's office, even though the DA's office recused itself from my proceedings. Yeah, that is a good question. Because I was the one who told Betterow about what me and Aiden did the night before. So Krusty had already spread this around. And yes, it was cutting it really, really close because we were at lunch. We were leaving and everybody was freaked out because everybody wanted to make it back to the courthouse on time. We needed to get back for Turtle Boy's hearing at 2:00, right? So at lunch with Betterow, I go, hey, so you might hear about this because if there's anybody to talk to, it's him, right? And then sure enough, that's when Betterow called Aiden on the way back to the courthouse, cutting it very, very close. So it was within that 1:55, 2:00 window. So what Turtle Boy is saying is absolutely accurate. I can attest to it because I was there. So how did she know about it? Is the big question. Who told her? I didn't tell her. Because as it was the craziest thing, as I was informing Betterow about what happened, because I was just really kind of talking to him as a friend, and it was just like, okay, you know, if there's anybody I could talk to about this, it's him. It's going to be fine. And of course, he was just like, dude, you guys, you know, and that's all that was, right? But then it came through that they were looking to revoke his bail over it. This all happened in a span of 5 minutes. All of this. Very, very, very quickly. Between leaving lunch and getting back to the courthouse, which lunch is 3 minutes from the courthouse where we went to have lunch. 3 minutes. Tops. So, how did Krusty know about it? Is the big question. Unless the Commonwealth is informing her of these things. How did Kate Peter know about Turtle Boy's bail being revoked? At 12:44 p.m. Because Betterow didn't know about it yet. I told Betterow about it. And he didn't even know that his bail was being revoked when I told him about it. That happened within the same cycle of motions of events that took place very quickly. And all of this happened as we were leaving lunch. Lunch was from 1 to 2. I attended the Karen Reed hearing, the motions hearing. I attended that. Then we went to lunch, and the plan was to go and attend Turtle Boy's hearing at 2. Right? So how did Kate Peter at 12:44 p.m. know about this? Now, this is interesting, folks, because I'm telling you firsthand, like I experienced this in real time. I know I was the one who told Betterow. So I know when Turtle Boy's attorneys became aware because I made Turtle Boy's attorney aware of what happened. Now, he found out he was being charged elsewhere. I didn't know that. But it happened within that minute, within that 5-minute window, because somebody messaged me. And I was like, what the fuck? So I told Betterow. Betterow calls Aiden. I don't know what was said between Betterow and Aiden. I rode with Nan back to the courthouse. Janice, thank you so much. Are you able to comment on Nan Gallagher's post as to being attacked by someone in the Free Can't Read movement and why they would do this to her? I am not going to comment on that. I have no idea what that is about, and I don't have any comment on that. Listen, dude. I'm here for one purpose. Okay? I'm here for one purpose. That shit is outside of my purpose. Everybody involved in that shit is a fucking adult. They can handle that. They're big kids. They can handle that shit. They don't need me to chime in on it. So, I mean, she owns her own law practice, for fuck's sake. She'll be fine. So, yeah. I don't know what the texts say from Kate Peter, but I'm telling you my perspective of how those things went down, because I was the one who told Betterow what had happened. I was sitting next to Betterow at lunch. I got the message. I said, hey, you should probably know, this is probably just rumor, but you should probably know. He gets on the phone with Aiden, then everything is confirmed, all within that 5-minute window. So how did Kate Peter know at 12:44? How did she know a good 10 minutes, 10, 11 minutes before Betterow knew? And Bradel didn't know before Betterow did. So Kate Peter's a liar if she's saying otherwise, because I was there. When she was asked if Cosgrove had new evidence he planned to use against me, Peter went on to tell the source that she had sent a lot of emails on the morning of March 18th to Cosgrove or someone else at the DA's office, even though the DA's office recused itself from my proceedings. Look, and there she is saying, I sent a lot of emails this morning. This person is good. Now, I want to say something real quick before I go on. You guys might be wondering, I realize that the person, the source, has probably been outed. Okay. I'm still going to, you might be wondering, well, if it's already public, then why bother? Because this person is already being targeted. And I would prefer not to personally participate in perpetuating this person's name in the public. What this person did was extremely brave. It took a lot of guts, and it could really change things for both Turtle Boy and Karen Reed. And so I don't want to have anything to do. I want to respect this person, and I know who this person is, and I actually really like this person a lot, and I'm grateful to this person. So, but I'm not going to, until it's just like everyone is, but I'm not going to contribute to spinning her name around, because right now she's going through some shit, because of course these people, they retaliate and they target, and they're just vengeful, spiteful, shitty people. And I don't want to make it any easier for them in any way, if I can help it at all. In other words, the new evidence Cosgrove intended to use against me that afternoon to send me back to jail for 60 days came from Ms. Peters' emails. Keep in mind, Cosgrove himself admitted in court that he had become aware of the new information the day before. So here we go. We have Kate Peter, who's claiming that she is under $1,500 a month employed via Cash App by the Commonwealth, in order to railroad Karen Reed and Turtle Boy, try to get them locked up. Jen McCabe paying Turtle Boy paying Krusty Panties with a couch, right? And now here she is admitting in text to this confidential informant that she sent a lot of emails to Cosgrove. So basically just annoying the shit out of Cosgrove, saying, use this to revoke his bail, use this to revoke his bail. So here's a quick timeline here. March 14th, Cosgrove tells Turtle Boy's attorneys he's not going to revoke his bail. On March 16th, Morrissey, McCabe, and Krusty meet up in Braintree. McCabe threatens not to testify if Turtle Boy does not get his bail revoked, and Krusty leaves with a manila envelope. On March 17th, Cosgrove is made aware of comments made on Turtle Boy's YouTube presentation that he was previously unaware of, which he planned to use to revoke Turtle Boy's bail. March 18th in the morning, Krusty sends a lot of emails to Cosgrove containing new evidence to be used against Turtle Boy in a bail revocation hearing. March 18th at 12:44 p.m., Krusty tells the source that she is aware of what I am not aware of, that a motion has been filed to revoke my bail. March 18th at 1:55 p.m., we are made aware of this. I made better aware of this, and, well, not the motion, but I made better aware of this, that there's some sort of new charges against Turtle Boy because somebody told me. And so what I decided to do was go, hey, Mark, you should probably, since you're sitting right next to me, you should probably know last night me and Aiden and a couple other people got pretty hammered, and we, played grab ass in front of the security camera at D&E. It was just stupid, it was harmless, we were just being stupid. And then he goes, okay. And I'm like, well, there's a rumor flying around apparently now. Somebody just messaged me saying that there's a new charge on Turtle Boy. And then he's like, all right. And then he gets on the phone, calls Turtle Boy. This is at 1:55. The sources after David also said that Ms. Peter claimed that Jennifer McCabe told Morrissey, presumably at the March 16th meeting, that she would not be testifying against Karen Reed if Turtle Boy was not in jail. And thus, she extorted Morrissey into pressuring Cosgrove to file a motion to revoke Turtle Boy's bail. Morrissey is obsessed with convicting Karen Reed and cannot do so without Jennifer McCabe lying on the stand. He realized that she is holding the cards and that he must do as she says. And despite the fact that the DA's office has recused itself from my case and appointed special prosecutor Morrissey Morrissey is still pulling the strings and can control what Cosgrove does. The purpose of the March 16th meeting was for McCabe and Krusty to use their influence with the DA to put me back in jail. According to the source, Kate Peter is getting paid by the McAlberts or the Commonwealth to do what they don't have the time to do. Listen to every single second of my streams, document everything I say, and send them to the special prosecutor out of context in order to be used against me. That makes perfect sense. She has admitted to being behind my charges in the past and previously left me a voicemail saying that when you go back to jail, I had absolutely everything to fucking do with it, which we'll listen to right now.
Hey, Megan, it's Kate. Kate Peter, Krusty Panties, how you call it. I just wanted to let you know every time you get a block number, it's not Lindsay or LG or anyone else. It's me. And I just want to let you know that when you go back to jail, I had absolutely everything to fucking do with it because you're a dumb motherfucker, right? And every time that you victimize a female, I'm going to be right there pushing back. I just want you to know that. play this on your fucking live show. I am going to get the best of you. You're a bad person, and everybody's going to see it. Have a nice day. By the way, Karen Reed wants nothing to do with you. Go fuck yourself, bitch. I meant it. I meant it.
She meant it. You think she meant it, folks? And then here, hey, Dr. Turtle Boy, answer your phone, faggot. The Jane account was me. I'm responsible for all your suffering. Blame me, bitch. Turtle Boy goes on to say, Miss Peter has been reeling online after her criminal behavior was outlined in the affidavit. Today, she doxed the witness who issued sworn testimony against her in court. The witness found this on her apartment door this afternoon. Look at that shit. It's gross. It's unclear who put it there. It's honestly scary having a person as disturbed and mentally ill as Kate Peter spend every waking moment of her life thinking about ways to harm me. It completely consumes her. She's been doing this for long before the Karen Reed case, but she finally found a DA's office corrupt and shameless enough to align themselves with her. That's clearly what happened here. People, we're looking at something very, very, very crazy and disgusting and scary. Like what Turtle Boy is putting out here is not an exaggeration. We're looking at a chain of events, and then you're looking at receipts that actually make this person responsible for those chain of events. Now, nobody is responsible but me and Turtle Boy for going in front of D&E Pizza and doing T-Rex arms and doing the satire that we both normally do. It was not, it's to be expected almost. But the thing is it was harmless. And so for Chris Albert to bring charges for that is just some cowardly pussy shit. Chris Albert is a fucking punk, and that's all there is to that. But beyond that, you have the person pushing all of this and pushing for his bail to be revoked. And what this tells me is that Chris Albert, if Kate Peter was in touch with Cosgrove and sending him emails and pushing for Turtle Boy's incarceration, well, then that tells me that the Alberts were going through Kate Peter. It tells me that she was in direct contact with the Alberts in some way. I'm going to guess Jen McCabe. I'm going to guess that word got to Jen McCabe quite quickly because they all sat around and watched the video and whined instead of laughing, instead of going, look at these couple of idiots. So instead of just doing that simple shit, it gets all spread around the family. Oh my God. We're going to charge Turtle Boy again. So they charge Turtle Boy, right? They add another charge. But the big question here is, how did Kate Peter know about it at 10 minutes before Betterow did? How did Kate Peter know about it before it even happened? Like the person who sent me the message saying Turtle Boy is being charged, I was like, it's fake. Don't pay attention to it. I was like, it's not even real. Don't even fucking worry about it. It's fake. All right, we're back.
Mr. Whitman, before we go into the next subject area, I'd like to ask you about the location data. Based on your review of the location data, do you have an opinion whether the location data throughout the evening is consistent with John O'Keefe's cell phone being near the flagpole the entire night?
I believe it is, yes.
I asked you whether you had an opinion whether it was consistent with. I didn't ask you if you had an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. Are there other things that you looked at that you will consider in addition to the location data to have a more certain opinion?
There is.
And is the next thing that you considered Apple healthcare data?
It's the Apple Health data, yes.
We asked about it, or I asked you about it earlier on, but I just want to talk about it a little bit before you show us and present to us the data that you've compiled for us. Is Apple Health data different than when you have like an Apple Watch?
No, it's the same Apple Health data recording on the phone or the watch. The only difference is the sensors being used to do that monitoring. So if you're just using the phone, obviously you're only using the sensors in the phone. It's limited to steps walked and to altitude climbed. If you're wearing a watch, it can also do those things, but it can also add things like blood pressure monitoring and things like that.
Does Apple Health data require an internet connection?
It doesn't, no.
So it's all self-survives on the phone itself?
It is.
So without having an internet connection, it will still store the data?
Correct.
If I have an iPhone, is it storing health data even if I didn't ask for it to do so?
Yes. Unless you actively turn the feature off, it will by default try to track movement.
Is it something that is hidden that I wouldn't see unless I look for it?
No, there's an application for Apple Health, and then the settings are quite obvious in the settings screen.
Apple Health data tracks movement of the phone?
Correct.
When you were considering the Apple Health data in this case, did you begin looking for the Apple Health data before Mr. O'Keefe's phone began approaching Fairview Road?
Yeah, I started again at around midnight and looked at the health data up until 6:30 a.m. on the 29th.
The different points when you tracked Apple Health data, is that helpful even if you're only trying to isolate a certain point in time?
It can be, yes.
Does it help determine whether or not it was working properly? If it was,
it can determine whether it's working properly. It can determine an average kind of walking speed, for example, of a person, the average gait that the person may walk with, if that was important.
if a person has an iPhone and they're moving and it registers Apple Health data, and then they stop moving, and the healthcare data doesn't register because there's no movement, would the Apple Health data resume movement even if somebody else picks up the phone?
It would. The phone itself doesn't care who's carrying it. It just looks for movement.
So it doesn't identify the owner in order to register movement?
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Does it identify the owner in order to register
Better
movement?
question.
It doesn't, no.
Could you turn to the next part of the data analysis that you did,
Yes.
please?
So the two sources that I got the Apple Health data from were a database called healthdb_secure.sqlite. This, as I said earlier, is the typical database that's used to store long-term information about the health activity that's been recorded. So this database can have years worth of steps taken, flights climbed, and any other kind of health data that's been recorded. The downside to that is that the information's aggregated. So you see chunks of time and multiple activities can happen within those chunks of time. The cache encrypted C.SQLite database is much more temporary, but is much more granular. So we can see exact times that flights were climbed, for example, or at least you can see the exact time that the flight climb was recorded to the device. And then that information is aggregated into the larger chunk of time. So again, we might see within the cache encrypted C individual flight climb events that occurred, for example, 30 seconds apart. But by the time that information is written to the Health DB Secure, you're now looking at a 10-minute time period with 3 flight climb events, as opposed to 3
Guy is
individual flight climb events with
full of
individual
shit.
timestamps.
So
Typically, that source is not used.
riddle me this, limey Batman. How come Karen's phone didn't register 3 flights of stairs when she went up and down the same fucking hill? Why didn't that happen? And why did his phone stop at 12:24 and yet it picked up the 3 or 4 flights of stairs? I think it was like 12:34. So your shit just doesn't even make sense, dude. Like, this is all fucking bullshit. It's all smoke and mirrors. It's all misdirection, and it's all designed to confuse the jury. So the biggest question here is, why in the fuck is the prosecution trying to confuse the jury?
It was already driving along Denham Street or had turned onto Maplecroft.
What time did you say that Waze was initiated?
It was approximately 19 minutes and 30 seconds-ish.
Thank you.
Again, we see at 21 minutes and 10 seconds until 24 minutes and 22 seconds, there are 80 steps recorded. And again, if you compare this to the location data, we know that the device was in a vehicle at this time. Between 22 minutes and 14 seconds and 24 minutes and 37 seconds, we have 3 flight climb events that are aggregated into that time period. And again, the location data shows that the device was traveling in a vehicle at that time.
Mr. Whiffen, you had showed us a slide of 2437 on January 29, 2022 in your PowerPoint presentation, noting at that time, 12:24:37, the phone in the car was still traveling at 1.4 miles per hour.
Correct. This is about a second before it came to a stop.
Can you conclude to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that that period of 12:22:14 to 12:24:37, Mr. O'Keefe, or at least Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, was still in that car?
Yes, the location data shows it was in the car at the time. And my next few slides will demonstrate why that was still recording a flight climb event while it was in a vehicle.
Thank you.
At 31 minutes and 56 seconds until 32 minutes and 16 seconds, there were 36 steps recorded. And then there was no further health activity recorded on the device for several hours until 4 minutes after 6 a.m. When 432 steps were recorded between the time of 6:04 and 6:11.
Let me ask you about that 12:31:56 to 12:32:16 time
Yeah,
period.
I love this
You can
constant
see
shot
larger
of
ranges in the
Karen's
time
defense
period
team
range. That is a smaller range
and
compared
the gallery. I love this.
Yes.
Okay. At 12:31:56, is that the beginning of the 36 steps?
Essentially, yeah, it takes the timestamps from the cache encrypted C,
Wait,
looks at when the first step occurred, looks at when the last step occurred, and aggregates
what
the
time
times
did he
based
say?
on that.
That's
So
my fault.
12:32:16 would be the last steps taken for that cell phone.
I thought his phone stopped at
And in between
12:24.
that time period,
Asshole.
there's 36 steps. You shared earlier that it doesn't indicate the direction of the steps.
Correct.
Other than the movement that equates to steps, can it tell anything about
I thought the
what
phone
direction, the
stopped
positioning,
moving at
how the phone was
12:24.
moving?
It can't, no. It's just purely registered what it thinks are 36 steps.
Could it have been a straight line?
It could have been a straight
Could
line.
it have been somebody pacing?
It could have been,
Could it have been somebody moving and jumping?
yes.
Get
Jumping,
the fuck out of
if they were
here.
jumping
Those were
forward,
stairs,
essentially.
asshole.
After 12:32:16, when this phone took its last steps, it never moved again?
Objection, Your Honor.
Form of the question sustained.
After 12:32:16, when this phone took its last steps, did it move again until 6:04:01 a.m.?
There were no more steps or flight climb or any other health activity recorded during that time.
Do you know what triggered movement at 6:04:01 a.m. of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
I presume that the device was moving at that time, but I don't know the details of who.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike on.
I'll strike it.
Move to strike.
Please continue.
Fuck you.
Regarding the flight climb events, looking at the cache encrypted C database, I was able to find more granular, accurate timestamps for these records.
This guy fucking
And I
sucks,
showed
dude.
those timestamps on this map at the position that the device was, according to the location data at the time.
So you're going back to earlier in the evening now, 12:22:14
Correct.
to 12:24:37 when the phone stopped near the flagpole.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So we have the first record at 22:17. A flight climb event was recorded. I've highlighted that was a red line, and that equates to the red line that shows underneath the timestamp where the location was, where the device was at that time. The second record is 22 minutes and 32 seconds, showed with a green line, which shows over here. And then finally, 24 minutes and 37 seconds after midnight, shows with an orange line down here outside 34 Fairview. I'd like to point out that health activity events are recorded upon the event completion. The device doesn't know that you're about to walk up some stairs. It doesn't know that you're halfway up some stairs. It has to wait until you've reached the top in order to detect that an altitude change has occurred.
No shit.
So that change only gets written to the database once the flight climb has ended. I tested approximately 8 different phones, different models, different versions of iOS, and found that on average, there was a time difference between 15 and 50 seconds between when I physically stopped walking up a flight of stairs and when the record was made. So it's just based on the time that the device takes to pull the altitude, detect that an altitude difference has occurred, and then write the data to the database. So then I took that average data between 15 and 50 seconds and plotted it
On the
onto
stand?
this
Really?
graph.
I'm not
which
trying
also
to whip
plots the
you,
altitude
whipping.
of the device over time. So
Whipping.
the red line here shows the
Stop it,
time
whipping.
according to the cache encrypted C
I'm not
database
trying to whiff.
where the first
whiffing.
flight climb event was recorded at 22 minutes and 17 seconds. Working back 15 seconds from that to say that with the gap that I know exists between the flight climb ending and when the record's recorded, the flight climb event is presumed to have occurred within this red gradient area. The altitude information on the device shows that between those times, the altitude increased from around 41 meters to around 45 meters. You may recall earlier I said that it's a 3-meter incline that Apple considers a flight climb event. Therefore, the incline that occurred with
I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that I have an audience that appreciates stupid fart jokes.
second record at 22 minutes and 32 seconds. This is shown on this chart as a green line, and again, working back 15 seconds and beyond to allow for the tolerance, we see the green gradient area. This shows an altitude change of around 45 meters to 48 meters. Again, that would be sufficient for a flight climb event to be recorded because we have 3-meter incline change.
Duh.
We then don't see an incline change for a while. All we see is the device going downhill until we get the record right at the end there.
Downhill.
24 minutes and 37
There's no
seconds.
hills
And
that
again,
steep,
working
bro.
back around 15 seconds to the orange gradient, we see an increase from around 25
There's no hills
to
that steep
28, 29
near
meters.
34 Fairview.
Again, that would be sufficient to cause a flight climb event to be recorded.
I'd like to ask you,
Sorry, I'll go back.
continue, and then I'll ask you, please.
Okay. I then compared that information to a topology website from the area, according to a topology website data, and plotted that out here.
Oh, this
We
should be
see
great.
the red circle now is related to the first flight climb, the green circle to the second flight climb, and the orange circle
All
to
right.
the third
I
flight climb.
hope Turtle Boy is paying close
The
attention to
gradients
this.
that we see here are the same gradients that were shown on the previous graph. So the presumption is that within this red gradient is where the flight climb event occurred. Within the green gradient here is where the second flight climb event
Because you know
occurred,
Turtle Boy's
and
going to
within
go
the
right to where
orange
that map is.
gradient here is where the third flight
You know he's
climb
going
event
to with
occurred.
his phone, and he's
The
going to
white
go right to
circles
where those
show
circles
the
on
altitude of
and
that particular
record
location
his
according to
Apple
the
Health
topology
data.
website. So again, we see that for the red gradient, there's an increase from 43 to 47 meters. Between the green gradient and the green number 2, again, we're going from around 47 to 50 meters. And then with the orange gradient at the bottom, we've gone from around 26 to 28 meters. So fairly consistent with the data that was recorded on the device in terms of altitude information. And I would suggest is the reason that these flight climb events occurred.
Mr. Whiffen, there's 3 different times. The first is 12/22/17. At that time, was the Waze data app initiated?
It was.
And did that indicate whether or not Mr. O'Keefe or his phone were traveling in a car at that time?
Appeared to still be traveling in a car.
At 12/22/32, was the Waze data initiated and active?
It was, yes.
And at that time, does the data indicate that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was in a vehicle and moving?
It does.
And you showed us a slide finally from 12/24/37 that the vehicle was still moving 1.4 miles per hour.
Correct.
And was the Waze data initiated and active at that time, 12/24/37?
If I remember correctly, Waze had closed about 5 or 10 seconds earlier.
Now, based on your study of the Waze information, the location information, the topography, and the healthcare data, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether the indication on the healthcare data reflecting flights of stairs, do you have an opinion whether or not that was registered as a result of a person holding a phone, walking upstairs, or for some other reason?
Based on the location data, the health data, and the research that I did and the testing, I believe it is more likely that the device was in a vehicle traveling on a road going up an incline
Get
versus
the fuck out of my face.
the location data being incorrect and the person being walking up physical stairs.
Get the fuck out! You need to shut the fuck up!
So I'll address the idea of 3 clocks, which I believe was brought up previously.
Let me interrupt.
Sorry.
See, he's just trying to shut.
Why don't we just
He's
explain
trying
to
to
the
cut
jury
down
how
everything in
clocks work
Richard
on an
Green's
iPhone?
after David.
That is kind of covered in the next slide anyway.
Okay.
Maybe worth just jumping ahead to that slide.
Explain the idea of 3 clocks.
Yes. Essentially, there is one clock on an iPhone. It's the clock that you see. It's shown in the top corner, and all activity is related to that particular time. So when you receive a text message, the time that's shown in the database is related to the time that you can see on the phone. When you do health activity, it's related to the time that you see in the top corner of the phone.
Godzo!
Everything is related to that time. The difference is within the current PowerLog databases. It's a subset of files stored on iOS devices.
More bullshit.
They use what's called a monotonic clock, but it's not a clock that can actually be trusted to see when events occur.
Suck my clock.
The way that the device records time. It's essentially a counter that's just counting seconds since the device was reset, basically. And I'm sure most people can recall a time where you would set a clock on a digital device, come back to it 3 or 4 months later, and the clock's now not quite as accurate as it was when you left it. Time starts to drift. It might drift forward and be faster. It might drift slower and be further behind. That essentially happens with the monotonic clock as well. So you have to take the values that the monotonic clock provides and add or subtract different values, which are essentially offsets, in order to get the accurate time. And that's what I'll be displaying in this slide here. The confusion with the idea of 3 clocks, I believe, comes from the way that Magnet Axiom product displays PowerLog data. They show a monotonic date and time, a baseband date and time, and a display date and time within the PowerLog records. as an examiner, it's really good to see this data and understand how the tool is determining these values. As an examiner, it would be really bad to look at these values and think that they are accurate timestamps at face value, because they aren't. And I'll start to talk through how this information works. So the other thing that Axiom shows, as well as the monotonic baseband and display times, is they show the location where this information came from. In this case, we have two tables. One is called PL Springboard Agent Event Forward S block. And that is what this table is here. And you can see we've got an ID number, a timestamp, and a value of locked. But we also show a second table that's involved called PL Storage Operator Event Forward.
Where do you get these fucking idiots, huh? Where do you get them?
And that's this table at the bottom here. So again, we see there's an ID, a timestamp, baseband, kernel, and system values. These values all need to be read together in order to make sense of the data. So for example, if I take the timestamp that's shown here, the 1643 33687 number, if you treat that as number of seconds since the 1st of January 1970, it's what we call a Unix epoch. That will get you the timestamp of 29th of January 2022 at midnight, 21 minutes and 27 seconds, once you account for the UTC -5 offset. And you'll see that that is the same timestamp that Axiom shows here as the monotonic time, 12:21:27. What we need to then do is take that monotonic time and add it to the baseband value that we see in the time offset table.
Let's see what this
So now we
mystery's
have a
all
value
about.
of 1643 3687.14954, and we add minus 183 point whatever this number is here to get this value. If we treat this value as number of seconds since the 1st of January 1970, then we get a time of 18 minutes and 23 seconds past midnight on January 29th, which is also the time that we show here as the baseband time. Finally, we can take the monotonic time and add the minus 181 seconds shown in the system to get this value, which equates to
What the fuck are you talking
25 seconds past midnight on the 29th of January, which is the same as the display time up here. So all this is essentially doing is saying that the counter that is built into the iPhone is registered the time of that we see in the top, the monotonic time. This is not necessarily the time that the event happened. You have to offset it with this value here in order to get the actual time that this happened. My own personal phone, when I was doing this testing, the time difference between the monotonic time and when something actually happened was over 2 weeks. There was a massive difference because my phone has been drifting so far since I originally bought and set up that phone. And again, when I was testing this, I can turn the flashlight on, turn the flashlight off. Both of those activities are recorded in the power log database. If I just look at the monotonic time, it's off by over 2 weeks. If I do this process to calculate the correct offset, it shows exactly when I turned that flashlight on and when I turned that flashlight off. The calculation is imperative. Without the calculation, these timestamps are irrelevant. And all Axiom is doing here is they're showing you the values that they use in order to calculate the final value. It doesn't mean that you can take the monotonic timestamp and read anything into it. It's completely irrelevant on its own.
Is it necessary to understand this process?
Timestamps are irrelevant.
in
Got
order to
it.
Ensure the integrity of the
KT,
time
member for a
that
month.
you're
Thank you so
offering
much.
to the
34
jury, so
where
we
Wave
understand
Fairview.
whether it's
You
accurate or
guys
not.
with me?
It
Huh?
would be if we were discussing power log data. Power log data only really encompasses things like battery level, the time and date that it's plugged in, button presses, camera usage, things like that. It doesn't count for location data. It doesn't count for Apple Health data. They both work on the system time, and they both work on the same system time. So they're always going to be aligned.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the location data times and the accuracy of the health data times that you shared with us?
They'd be consistent with each other. So to summarize that, there's only really one clock that's in use on an iPhone for recording. The only difference is the monotonic time, which is how power logs record information, but you need to offset the times to figure out when that activity actually happened. And that you only have to offset those times for power log data, not for health, not for location, not for messages or photographs or any other activity like that, purely power log data.
Is there another subject that you looked at, that you analyzed in order to reach a conclusion about the time and location of John O'Keefe's cell phone over the night of January 29, 2022?
Yes, the next one is battery temperature.
Can you explain a little bit
Battery
background on this before
temperature.
you start?
Yes.
Battery temperature.
So again, we have a temperature sensor built in within the phone, monitoring for if the battery temperature increases too high and becomes a danger, or if the temperature gets too low and becomes an issue. So it constantly monitors the temperature of the battery and records that information in the Knowledge C database.
Did you look into the battery temperatures from before midnight and after midnight and do an analysis regarding the temperatures of that cell phone battery?
I did, yes. Throughout the evening of the 28th of January and then the morning of the 29th.
Mr. Whiffen, that's going to be hard to read. Is there any way you can enlarge it?
But apparently not like that.
Mr. Whiffen, is there any way to enlarge it, Mr. Whiffen?
So on the evening of the 29th, sorry, the 28th, see an average temperature of around mid-80 degree Fahrenheit. I've got no understanding of where the device was at this time, whether it was in a pocket on a surface.
I
whether
have
it was
no
in use or
idea
not.
where my pocket
I
flashlight
just wanted
was.
to get an average idea
My
of
device.
temperatures of the device. By
I wanted to get my
13
device
minutes
hot.
after midnight, we're still at 82 Fahrenheit. At 22 minutes after midnight, we know from the location data that the device was currently in a car, and we see the temperature has dropped to 77 Fahrenheit. By 37 minutes after midnight, we now know the device is already at Fairview. It's been at Fairview for approximately 12 minutes. And the temperature has continued to drop. It's now 72 Fahrenheit.
This guy's a fucking
Mr. Whiffen,
weatherman
if I can
now.
interrupt you.
This guy's
At
like
12:37, when the temperature drops to 72 degrees.
he's like Buffalo Butt and shit.
Is that before or after?
This guy
the
does
health
everything,
data
bro.
stops for that evening.
Buffalo Butt.
That's after.
Thank you.
45 minutes past, the temperature's dropped to 66 Fahrenheit. 53 minutes past, it's dropped to 61 Fahrenheit. 7 minutes after 1, it's dropped to 55 Fahrenheit. 1:36, it's dropped to 50. And then we have a large gap in the data, with the next record being made at 6 minutes after 6 a.m., when the temperature is 43 Fahrenheit.
Mr. Whiffen, if a phone has any protection or coverage, well, let me ask it this way.
Today, Junior?
What, if anything, happened around 6:02, 6:03 to trigger that 6-degree drop in temperature?
I don't know accurately, no.
Okay. And then you're now at 6:14 and it's 37 degrees?
Yeah, you're correct. This
You
is the
know-
coldest temperature recorded.
Do you know what, if anything, happened to that phone at 6:15:01?
I don't know.
Okay, please continue.
And then as of that point in time, from 6:35, we start to see an increase in temperature to 43 Fahrenheit. At 6:40, it's up to 50 Fahrenheit. At 6:48, up to 55 Fahrenheit. And at 6:56, up to 61 Fahrenheit. And then also plotted this out onto a graph just for visualization. Again, we can see On the evening of the 28th, the temperature is relatively consistent. It starts to drop as we know the phone is traveling in a car. And by the time it arrives at Fairview, we only see it drop until 1:36 a.m. We see a relatively modest drop over the next few hours, but no records recorded. We see the final drop at 6:14, and then we see an increase. But there are no increases occur prior to 6:14 that would suggest that the phone went from a cold environment.
So how did you like that? I loved it. I want to ride that horse again sometime.
Extensive usage.
Yeah.
Between 1:36 a.m. and 6:06 a.m., is there any indication at any time that battery temperature went up?
No, there's no records related to battery temperature at all for that time.
Thank you. Is there another area that you looked at for your conclusions in this case?
Yes, I was looking at device usage.
What is device usage?
Conclusions?
Information about when the user unlocks the phone,
please.
what applications they're using, what they're using the device for, and when they lock the phone again.
Would device usage require an actual person to interact with the phone, or can it happen without user interaction?
Everything that I was looking at was related to physical interaction and manipulation of the device by a user.
Please continue.
So the three sources of data that I used for this were Knowledge C, a database I mentioned earlier that logs lots of different activity, including device unlocks, device locks, applications that are on screen. The current power log, which I mentioned, which can track button presses. So specifically when the lock button is pressed and the times that I display have been offset appropriately. And unified logs, which is essentially a list of almost everything that's happening on that phone for a short amount of time. But it would be used, for example, if you had a problem with your device, took it back to Apple because it was crashing all the time, let's say, they could look at the unified logs and figure out, well, what's causing these crashes to occur.
Crashing all the time.
Really granular.
It's a phone, not an airplane, guy.
We see that at 12 minutes and 52 seconds.
It's a phone, not an airplane.
Using biometric Face ID. The SMS application is on
Get it?
screen.
It's not an airplane.
Closed,
it doesn't fly.
And then the user presses the lock button at the side of the device to lock the phone.
Thank you. Thank you.
At 13 minutes and 54 seconds, biometric Face ID is used again, and the SMS application is opened. And at 14 minutes and 29 seconds, the lock button is pressed again, causing the device to lock.
Now, bro.
15 minutes and 46 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is already on screen because that's the application that was on screen when the device was locked. And the device is locked again at 16:03. At 17 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked again using Face ID. The SMS application is still on screen from before. And at 18 minutes and 12 seconds, the lock button is pressed, causing the device to lock.
What time was that?
At 18 minutes, is still on screen from before, locked again, using. At 17 minutes and 59 seconds,
it's only given this
usage. And at 18:31, the SMS application is closed. At 18:34, the phone application is opened by the user actively pressing on the phone icon on the home screen.
What?
At 18:36, they're now in a call, and this causes a different screen on the phone.
Explain that.
And at 19:23, that phone call ends.
Are you just trying to get in front of
At
this?
19:29, the Waze application is opened by the user pressing on the icon on the home screen. And that's open for approximately 5 minutes, closing at 24 minutes and 26 seconds. 2 seconds later, at 24 minutes and 28 seconds, the device is locked by the user pressing the lock button on the side of the phone. At 24 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is opened using the icon on the home screen. And at 25 minutes and 9 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user to lock the device. At 27 minutes and 45 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID.
Is this at
the
6:27?
SMS application is already on screen. And at 27 minutes and 50 seconds, the device is locked using the lock button. 29 minutes and 52 seconds, device is unlocked using Face ID. SMS application is already on screen from the previous usage. And at 29 minutes and 53 seconds, the lock button is pressed to lock the device. 32 minutes and 4 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. SMS application is already on screen from the previous use. And at 32 minutes and 9 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user. And that is the final interaction with the device. It's the final unlock of the device using Face ID, and it's the final logged button press on the device as well to lock the device.
So the final interaction with John O'Keefe's cell phone that night.
Correct. Up until
So what are they doing? Holding it up to his face and having him unlock it?
12:32:09 was the last time.
Taking his
the phone
thumbprint
moved again the next
and
morning.
fucking
Correct.
opening it through the home.
Is there one more area that you
What the
engaged in analyzing to help reach your conclusions in this case?
There is. During my time looking at the unified logs that were mentioned, I found a record that appeared like it could be interesting that was called Doppler.
Oh, this is at midnight.
This was the pocket state that I think I mentioned earlier, and it detects when the user takes the phone out of a pocket, or at least removes the item that's blocking the camera. There were hundreds of thousands of records within the unified logs that I was able to filter down to just the Doppler records and to filter and aggregate down into a more digestible number.
So he's hit allegedly by Karen Reed. This is prosecution's theory. 12:24. But he unlocks his phone and then manually locks it again, like makes it a point to hit the side button to lock it again after he's incapacitated, supposedly instantly from his head, from the impact to his head, which we're going to talk about.
To be completed. So, for example, if I make a phone call, it will continue to check and look for a face up until the phone call ends, or the ringing ends. So in this case, at 12 minutes and 37 seconds, see a small amount of time where 4 Doppler checks were conducted. And that ended at 12 minutes 37 seconds with a pocket state cleared event. At 12 minutes and 39 seconds, there was a 7.5 second period where 108 Doppler checks were conducted. Again, that ended with a pocket state cleared event at 12 minutes and 46 seconds. At 25 minutes and 8 seconds, there was a single Doppler check that resulted in a pocket state. And at 29 minutes and 37 seconds, for 5.5 seconds roughly, there were 97 Doppler checks. The 97th check resulted in a pocket state cleared event at 29 minutes and 42 seconds. At 31 minutes and 52 seconds past midnight, there was an 11-second period where 155 Doppler checks were made. The 155th Doppler check resulted in a pocket cleared event at 32 minutes and 3 seconds. At 33 minutes and 14 seconds was the start of a 5-hour and 20-minute period where 26,500 Doppler checks were conducted. Every one of those checks came back to say that it was in a pocket state. There was never a pocket state cleared event during that time.
What?
At 2 minutes after 6
What
a.m.
is pocket state? Cleared
and
event
41
mean?
seconds, there was a 12-minute period and 20 second where 417 Doppler checks were conducted. The 417th Doppler check showed a pocket state cleared event at 6:15:01.
Mr. Whiffen, as a result of your analysis of John O'Keefe's cell phone, considering the location data, including Waze data, and considering the healthcare data, the pocket state information, the battery temperature, did you have an opportunity to create a timeline putting all of these different important pieces of data together so you could show them to the jury in chronological order.
I did, yes.
Would you share with us now your timeline and explain it for us?
Of course.
Oh
So
my
again, this
God,
combines
dude.
all of the information from the previous slides, just showing it all within a timelined view.
No.
So at 18 minutes and 25 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID.
No.
We see the SMS application is in use.
No.
For around 11 seconds, a phone call is made from John to Jennifer McCabe. Phone call lasts 36 seconds, starting at 18 minutes and 47 seconds. That call ends at 19 minutes and 23 seconds, and the mobile phone application is closed at 19 minutes and 24 seconds. At 19 minutes and 29 seconds, the Waze application is loaded on screen. And at 20 minutes and 49 seconds, which is what this location on the side relates to, we see an incoming message from Brian Higgins saying, "You coming here?"
Yeah, because that's just a coincidence.
At 22 minutes and 14 seconds, this is the start of the 3 flight climb events as the device is driving along Oakdale Road, I believe that one is. At 24 minutes and 26 seconds is when the Waze application is closed and the device is locked via the lock button at 24 minutes and 28 seconds. At 24 minutes and 37 seconds, the three flight climb events comes to an end. And at 24 minutes and 38 seconds is the first record that shows a speed of 0 meters per second. At 24 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID, and the message, "You coming here," is read at 25 minutes and 8 seconds after midnight. At 25 minutes and 9 seconds after midnight, the device is locked using the lock button. At 27 minutes and 33 seconds after midnight, a text message is received from Jen McCabe saying, "Here." At 27 minutes and 45 seconds after midnight, the device is unlocked using Face ID, and the "Here" message that was just received is read at 27 minutes and 48 seconds. At 27 minutes and 50 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user, causing the device to lock. At 29 minutes and 37 seconds, we start to get some Doppler checks, and at 29 minutes and 42 seconds, the pocket state cleared event is written. At 29 minutes and 44 seconds, there's an incoming call from Jen McCabe. This is answered and lasts for 7 seconds, ending at 29 minutes and 51 seconds. At 29 minutes and 52 seconds, the device is unlocked, and a second later, the lock button is pressed, causing the device to lock again. 31 minutes and 47 seconds after midnight, a message is received again from Jennifer McCabe saying, "Pull behind me." And at 31 minutes and 52 seconds, the Doppler check records a pocket state. At 31 minutes and 56 seconds, we start the health event that shows 36 steps were taken. And at 32 minutes and 3 seconds, there's a pocket state cleared event. At 32 minutes and 4 seconds, the device unlocks with Face ID. And again, I'll point out that makes perfect sense if the Doppler state clears, because it's no longer within a pocket, and then it unlocks a second later. That makes sense with the logic that's been identified. At 32 minutes and 5 seconds, messages applications on screen, and the message "Pull behind me" is read. 32 minutes and 9 seconds, the messages application is closed, and the device is locked for the last time. At 32 minutes and 16 seconds, the 36-step health event is ending. At 33 minutes and 14 seconds, we have the first of the 26,500 Doppler state records that all record pocket state. This is followed by several phone calls at 33 minutes and 35 seconds, 34 minutes and 9 seconds, 34 minutes and 38 seconds, 35 minutes and 9 seconds, 35 minutes and 35 seconds, and 36 minutes and 9 seconds. All calls from Karen, Call were all unanswered, and all resulted in pocket state being detected by Doppler. At 36 minutes and 9 seconds, and again at 36 minutes and 40 seconds, 2 more phone calls received from Karen, again showing unanswered calls and resulting in a pocket state being recorded by Doppler function. 37 minutes past midnight, battery temperature has dropped to 72 Fahrenheit. And at 37 minutes and 8 seconds, a further phone call, again unanswered, again resulting in a pocket state recorded by Doppler. 37 minutes and 31 seconds, a 3-second voicemail received from Karen. And at 38 minutes and 21 seconds, another incoming call. And at 38 minutes and 26 seconds, another incoming call, both unanswered, both resulting in Doppler pocket state being detected by Doppler. And I've also showed some of the locations that were recorded at around this time by the device. 40 minutes and 31 seconds, a message received from Jennifer McCabe saying hello. This is the first iMessage or SMS message received by the device, which is unread. This is followed up 2 minutes later, 42 minutes and 9 seconds, by another message from Jennifer McCabe saying, "Where are you?" And at 42 minutes and 35 seconds, there's a 40-second voicemail received from Karen. 43 minutes past midnight, the battery temperature has now dropped to 66 degrees Fahrenheit. At 45 minutes and 53 seconds, another incoming message from Jennifer McCabe saying hello. And again, we can see location data at 53 minutes and 7 seconds, placing the device on the front yard somewhere kind of around the flagpole area. 55 minutes and 31 seconds, a message received from Karen stating, "I'm going home." 55 minutes and 50 seconds, a follow-up message saying, "See you later." Another location data, this is the location that's shown bottom left. And at 2 minutes past 1 a.m., another message from Karen saying, "Your kids are cooking alone."
Mr. Whiffen, based on your analysis of John O'Keefe's cell phone, keeping in mind some of the data points you shared with us, that wave was initiated around 12:19, that the car reached the flagpole around 12:24:37, that the only health data during that later time there, 12:30, was from 12:31:56 to 12:32:16, that the last interaction was at 12:32:09, followed by an overnight pocket state, and an increased reduction in...
Objection, Your Honor.
So I need to hear the question first.
including a increased reduction in the battery temperature. Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, that after that phone stopped in the car at the flagpole area of 34 Fairview, whether or not that cell phone remained near the flagpole the entire night until after 6 a.m. the next morning?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
The location data that shows accurate tends to show around the flagpole area. There's no further health data other than 36 steps that were taken that suggest that it moved after 32 minutes and 16 seconds after midnight. The battery temperature data never indicates that the device went from a cold environment to a warm environment, which I would expect to see if the device went inside a building. And the Doppler state information suggests that the camera was blocked for at least the majority of the 5-hour period, with no records showing that the camera was unblocked during that time, which would typically happen if you were to pick a camera up and move it around.
Does that lead you to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty
Yes.
whether that phone remained in the flagpole area from around 12,
Objection, Your Honor.
24, 33
So
until the next morning at 6 a.m. or after?
That's
the
my opinion.
objection's sustained. Ask the question in a different form.
Do you have an opinion where John O'Keefe's cell phone was from around 12:24:33 on the evening of January 29, 2022 through at least 6 a.m. and after that morning?
Yes, based on the totality of all of the information that we've described, my opinion is that the device never moved far away from the flagpole.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Leslie?
Fucking real.
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand up.
Dude, Jesus Christ. About fucking time. Dude, I feel like about fucking time, bro. Yeah, so Alessi is gonna cross-examine this fool, and I'm here for it. All of this is just smoke and mirrors, people. The big question to ask out of all that, okay? Big question to ask is, why is the prosecution trying to confuse the jury? Why would they need that entire testimony? That entire testimony was in defense of the McAlberts. In no way did it present a case against Karen. In no way, shape, or form did it do that. Why is the prosecution doing that?
Your Honor, if I may have a moment, please, to set up at the podium.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right, Charlie? Oh, come on,
you're gonna be fake. Here it is. Here it is.
Stop. This is Ken.
Now, you guys are about to see
Thank you, Your
an
Honor. May I
artist at
proceed
work.
with the
Yes.
administrative matters? May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
This man is
Your Honor, pursuant to a stipulation with the prosecution, I would like to mark and enter into evidence 3 documents. These are each portions of a March 2025 report prepared by Mr. Whiffen.
Woo!
The first one,
So, yes, they can come into evidence. They can come into evidence. There's a stipulation. So
and
we
so
can mark it as the next exhibit.
if we can, that's page 29 for the next exhibit.
Want them marked separately?
Separately, please.
Is it 40?
So real quick, guys, this is the spot. This is the spot that those red dots are on that supposedly
The next
John
exhibit will
O'Keefe's
be
phone
pages
Apple
77
Health data
and
picked up
78 of the same report.
stairs.
Okay.
Because that's such a steep hill, right?
41.
You see that steep hill right there, guys? Yeah, that's
The
where
third
the
and
red
last
spots are on the map.
is page 43 and page 44.
42.
Okay, all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Like Whiffin's timeline didn't even add up. Like, I don't know what Brennan was trying to prove with this guy. Like, he didn't prove
May I,
anything
Your
other
Honor?
than
Yes,
he
please.
just tried to confuse the jury.
Good afternoon, Mr. Whiffen. I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting.
Good afternoon.
Cell phone data, when correct and when correctly analyzed, can help tell a story of what may have happened under various circumstances, correct?
Correct.
And in cases like this, literally seconds on cell phone data can be significant, correct?
Correct.
What I'd like to do is to go back to your PowerPoint presentation and specifically go to the timeline that you had gone through with Mr. Brennan, and rather than repeating everything, there'll be select aspects of the timeline I'm going to reference. And with the court's permission, we will put the timeline back on that's already in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you.
He drove it, which is what Guadino
what
tried
I'd
to
like
say
to
and what this
do
guy's
is
trying to say. Meaning the
to
Commonwealth is trying to say
Start
it.
with page 70, which we have as 78 of the deck. If you could, Mr. Wolf, go to that.
Dude, unless he's going to
And what I'd like to do, if I could please, Mr. Whiffen, is draw your attention to the very last entry, which says at the bottom, location 122438. And it indicates description, first location record showing speed of 0. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And this is the arrival of John O'Keefe's phone at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
We could go to the next page, please. We have up at the top 12:24:59, about 21 seconds later after arrival. We have device unlock with Face ID, correct?
Correct.
Is it possible for anyone other than John to unlock that device with Face ID?
If a secondary user was set up.
Do you have any indication that a second user was set up on John's mobile phone?
I never looked at that.
I'm sorry.
I never looked to see if a secondary user was set up.
In terms of the next entry, 12:25:08, it says, read message, you coming here? With 3 question marks. What I'd like to do, because you did not note who that was from, but I want to go back a few slides so we can identify who that message was from. We could go back to 76, please, Mr. Wolf.
Yes.
So in the last line there, message reading left to right 12:20:49.
Unless he's not wasting any time. He's getting right to it.
Received from someone listed in context
Brian Higgins.
as Brian Higgins. Do you see that?
Correct.
So if we could go back to slide
Higgy.
80, excuse me, if we could go back to slide 79, that phone reading the message, you coming here, is reading the message from Brian Higgins, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't note that in the timeline that was from Brian Higgins, correct?
No, I was just highlighting the fact that a message was read and that the contents of the message were you coming here.
But you didn't note in this entry when it was read by John that message was from Brian Higgins, correct?
Oh, he's going for the jugular. He's
Now,
already going to make him out to be
the
a
next
liar.
entry, lock. Again, I'm always going to be reading left to right unless otherwise indicated, sir. Is a time of 12:25:09.
Thank you.
And
left to right. Got it.
It says device locked with lock button.
Yes,
You see that, sir?
I do.
That requires human volitional conduct. In other words, someone has to actually manipulate their phone and hit it, right?
Correct.
Now, at this particular point, isn't it correct that in your report that you mentioned in your
He's a
direct your
decorated
March
dude.
2025 report, that you had more of a description of what was happening at this time with the phone, namely device bearing shifts to a westerly direction as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. Isn't that what you had in your report?
Yes, and that's covered in the location section of this report, the PowerPoint.
So there is no statement in this timeline under any type where you had concluded that at this time the record showed that the device was moving west from the roadside towards the house, correct?
The location, latitude,
Oh,
longitude
shit.
was moving westerly, but at the same time, the accuracy was increasing. So it didn't intrinsically prove that the device was moving.
My question, Mr. Whiffen,
Dude, get the fuck out of here with
straightforward
that.
in this sense, that I'm just looking for an answer of whether on this timeline you included the analysis that you had in your report that the device at this time was moving west from the roadside towards the house. Did you include it in that
Meaning
timeline?
No, I left
from
it
the
out of the
road
timeline.
towards the
Next
house,
entry,
through the yard.
2733. That's 12/27/33. You note that there's a message
shit.
received from Jen McCabe. Here, exclamation point, question mark. You see that, sir?
Correct.
Now, at this point, you have two people in just 2.5 minutes, Brian Higgins and Jen McCabe, trying to find out if the John is coming to 34 Fairview. Is that a fair conclusion?
It appears so.
I'll allow it.
It appears.
Is that a fair conclusion?
It would appear so, yes.
So just because of the colloquy that occurred, I want to repeat the question. Now you have, at this point, at 12/27/33, you have two people, Brian Higgins and Jennifer McCabe, in just 2.5 minutes, trying to find out if John or the phone is coming to, or if John is coming to 34 Fairview. Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, at this point, you have two people trying to find out if John is coming to 34 Fairview, correct? Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Whiffen, in terms of the information at this stage, there are two communications with Mr. O'Keefe on this phone, and that is they're trying to find out, excuse me, I'll rephrase it. There are two communications, one from Jennifer McCabe and one from Brian Higgins, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next deck 80, please, Mr. Wolf. This is 12/27/45, device unlock with Face ID, correct?
Correct.
And
Wow.
then right under that is 12/27/48. It says read message,
Ooh.
which it says here. And is it correct that that is the message that was sent by Jennifer McCabe?
Correct. I'd just like to point out it says read message, not read message.
Read message, thank you. And that, the fact that Jen McCabe sent that message and that it was read was not indicated in your timeline at this point, correct?
Sorry, repeat that question.
Yes,
Dude.
you did not. It does not appear in that timeline that you've drafted that message that was read was from Jennifer McCabe. Is
Correct. Correct.
Next entry, 2750, device locked with lock button. Next entry down that, 2937, Doppler pocket state. And I want to be clear. Does Doppler pocket state mean that someone takes an iPhone? Because up above, there's read messages we went through on 2748. So if somebody reads the message and then it goes at 2937 into Doppler pocket state, does that mean someone has, for example, put it in their pocket?
No.
What does it mean that's a pocket state?
So the only times that I was able to cause a pocket state to be recorded is when the camera was blocked and when the device received a phone call or was picked up in a particular way so that the device thinks that you're about to try to use it. If the camera is not blocked from the outset, then nothing's recorded at all. And in order to get the pocket state cleared, the camera must be blocked to begin with. So again, you have to receive a phone call with it in your pocket and remove it in order to get a pocket state cleared.
Thank you, because that helped me, because that's exactly where I was going with the next question, which is pocket state cleared. What did you conclude from 2937 to 2942
holy shit.
that it was in pocket state and then pocket state cleared?
There was some activity on the device that caused the pocket state to be checked. The device was in a pocket state up until 2942, when whatever was obstructing the camera was removed.
Next entry is a call at 12:29:44. And that, you state, is an incoming call from Jen McCabe. So there you do indicate the name. And you say answered 7 seconds, correct?
Correct.
Is the phone at this time that there's an incoming call from Jen McCabe that is answered out in front of 34 Fairview?
Yes, it would be according to the location data.
Right. So now we have at 12:29:44, the phone's out in front of 34 Fairview. There's an incoming call from Jen McCabe. It's answered. 7 seconds is how long the duration of the call was. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then 12:29:51, incoming call ends, and that's end of that 7-second duration.
I'm outside.
So
all right, I'll be
you've
right there to
concluded
let you in.
that this was a call that was indeed
Go around
answered
back
by the user of the phone, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to
Karen already dropped him off.
Mr. Wolk 81, which is starting up at the top of 12:31:47. There is, as you indicate, an iMessage received from someone with a contact named Jen McCabe. You see that, sir?
I do.
Can you just state for the jury what an iMessage is?
An iMessage is essentially a text message sent primarily from iPhone to iPhone via the Apple servers, not like an SMS message which goes through carriers.
And
dude, you piece of shit! You're helping cover up a murder.
That the message that was received from Jen McCabe said, from a contact, Jen McCabe says, "Pull behind me"?
Correct.
And then at 12:31:52, we're back to Doppler pocket state, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next entry, which is deck 82. It's under health type. And what I want to do is see if we can clarify. The Commonwealth on direct examination, and multiple times referred to this as healthcare data. Do you remember hearing that healthcare data term?
I do.
Is that a correct term? Is it healthcare data or is it health data?
It's health data.
So it's incorrect to refer to this as healthcare data, correct?
Healthcare data is encompassed within Apple Health, but primarily if we're talking about steps being taken, it would just be health data.
Right. So the correct parlance is health data,
Yes.
correct? Particularly when we're getting to steps. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's important to be precise about the parlance.
Yes.
So in this entry 1231.56, you state that there's the start of health event, quote, 36 steps / 25 meters, correct?
Correct.
Is it accurate to say that because we're in the United States and we don't work on the metric system, that 25 meters is about 84 feet? Are you able to make that calculation?
84 feet. I've done the Google.
It's approximately
It is
that, yeah.
84
Right.
feet.
Would you
Yeah.
accept approximately
That makes
84
sense.
feet? So as we discuss meters, we can go to feet and
Yes.
about 84.
I would accept it
David
approximately
Pace,
3
welcome
times
to the
25.
hoity-goity.
So, in your report of March 2025, isn't it correct that for this time, you stated that the device began moving for a period of 20 seconds, correct?
Yes.
So, again, your conclusion from your analysis is with these 36 steps, the device at this point began moving. Correct?
Correct.
Next entry. 1232.03. Pocket state cleared. Correct?
Correct.
So does that mean that there's some human activity going on, interaction with the phone, or not?
It could have been a received phone call. It could have been movement of the phone to be lifted.
But something has happened.
But something's
correct?
happened, yeah.
Next, 1232.04, device unlocked with Face ID. Correct?
Correct.
And then at 1232.05,
He looks like a limey
it states
LTL on crack.
application focused messages.
Yes.
Can you clarify what that means in terms of what is happening with the phone for the jury?
Yep. So at 32 minutes and 5 seconds, the messages application was in focus on screen. So it was the application that was being used by the user at that time.
Now, the next entry is message 1232.06, and it states red message, quote, pull behind me, close quote, correct?
Correct.
Now, you don't indicate who that message is from in your timeline, but that's the message that was sent by Jennifer McCabe at 1231.47, correct?
Correct.
Next entry is application lock at 1232.09, and you've got here end application focus, and then you state device lock with lock button for the last time, correct?
Correct.
So that's again pressing the side button on the iPhone that locks it.
Correct.
And that requires human conduct, human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And then the next entry under health data at 1232.16, that is 7 seconds after the lock. It's the end of the health event of 36 steps, 25 meters, and as we agreed, approximately 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
Interesting.
So in terms of the steps, I want to turn to some further information with regard to your previous.
I
the
love that
report
Alessi's
you
doing
mentioned
this.
on direct, which is the March
84 feet.
2025.
And he was heading
report.
west
Your
from the
Your Honor
road
indicated a
towards the
time for
house.
break, and I'm going to go into a little bit of different area. Would you like me to keep
All
continuing?
right, Mr. Alessi. Folks, we'll stop. Turn lights, please. Mr. Whitman, we need you back here. Jurors, we're going to recess for the day. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. And please be very careful with your social media use. All right? We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Okay, people. Today's a half day.
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
But I think they're going to discuss the ARCA thing. I'm going to stay on for a minute here just to see what happens. I don't know if they're going to discuss the ARCA motion, what's going on with ARCA. I mean, it's in my title, so I assume that that's what they're going to discuss today. So let's stick around for a minute, find out. Now, what I find very interesting here, folks, is I mean, Alessi is getting right to it. He's pointing out that Ian Whiffen left certain things out of his timeline. There are things in his report, his own report, that he left out of his timeline of events submitted into evidence. That's a big deal. And that's a credibility issue. Oh, so after lunch, I'm going to rename this shit because I'm not going to stick around for that. Maybe I will. I don't know. Fucking not feeling this shit today. No, Ian Whiffen is not through yet. They're going to continue cross-examination tomorrow. Right now, Bob Alessi, and again, I'm sorry about my lighting, guys. My ring light took a shit yesterday, and I've got another one ordered, and it's said to be here tomorrow, hopefully at some point. But I apologize for the lighting. Now, Alessi is building a foundation here. Already he's discrediting him. And this is going to be really important because David Green, or it's not David, Richard Green's, who is the forensics, the digital forensics expert for the defense, he will testify that everything Ian Whiffen is saying in his report is absolute and utter bullshit. There's massive inconsistencies in his sworn affidavit. There's a lot of shit that he points out in regards to Ian Whiffen, and a lot of inconsistencies. And Ian Whiffen's whole existence in this trial is shady. He's a bold-faced fucking liar. And Alessi is going to prove it. Captain Skidmarks, thank you so much. They can download the topographical map of Canton that gives elevation changes. It's free, right? Right. Yeah, and Aiden already went over that. Yeah, Aiden already went over that. There's no hills there. There's no hills there. It's ridiculous. Basically, the prosecution, it's very telling what's going on here, because how do you know that someone's being railroaded? How do you know that someone is being framed when the prosecution is doing everything to refute well relied upon data in literally every other case that we've ever seen? There's something seriously wrong there when the prosecution is trying to refute data, is trying to disprove it. well, I'm not gonna sit there and listen to that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap this up. Actually, there's a lot of other great channels that are covering the rest of this. I'm gonna take advantage and take advantage of the rest of my day. And Clubber really needs to go out too. So, but yeah, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be covering the ARCA thing. I'll be on top of it and I'll be checking it, but I won't be streaming it. So anyways, I really appreciate you guys. Thanks for hanging out with me today. And I'm sorry that I'm I'm going through a thing and I really don't want to get into it, and fair to you guys that I sit here and brood. So I don't like to be that guy. But I will be live streaming again tomorrow. And we'll go over everything tomorrow, I promise. I want to thank you guys for joining, and make sure to please hit the like. It really helps me out. Those of you guys watching on Facebook, the few of you guys that are watching on Facebook, that means a lot to me. Thank you guys. Make sure to like and share. Make sure to follow me on Facebook, guys. Glare Official is the Facebook. Follow me on Instagram under the same name if you want. That's where I just do shit posts and selfies with Clubber and Drago and that kind of shit. And of course, follow me on X under the name The Glare. And thank you guys. Make sure to like, share. It really helps me out. Make sure to subscribe if you're not already. I hope those of you who are new subscribers are enjoying the channel. It really means a lot to me that you guys are enjoying it. All of the support, I'm really grateful to you guys. Thank you so much. It really means a lot to me. I am going to wrap this up. Guys, I love you very much, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.